Amy, I bet you have attendance already.
I still have to say.
Oh, you're gonna call it. All right. So we'll go ahead and.
Emails. Phone or.
Good to go? Yeah. All right. I'd like to call a meeting to order for the Administration and Public Works Committee for October 14th. And Amy's gonna be kind enough to do roll call.
Councilmember Preston,
Here.
Councilmember Mabry,
Here.
Councilmember Natchan. Here. Councilmember Farmer. Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Bachert. Councilmember Vanek. Councilmember Alpers.
Here.
We might want to, again, Mr. Vanek and Mr. Farmer are joining us via
Oh.
phone now.
Hey guys, I'm here.
Good. And then did you say you got Jim?
Mr. Vanek is also, he was an attendee, we're promoting him now.
Okay, cool. Thank you, sir.
Very well.
All right. So the first thing we have, now that roll call is completed and we have 3 people on here, so we're right up to almost the whole quorum, or the whole committee. We need to do the minutes from the last meeting, but I had a question, because I had to leave. And maybe somebody could explain it, and possibly Rick, you could, or Thomas. Under the Turnberry minutes that are here, it doesn't really explain what the next steps would be. And I know that person came to a meeting last night. There's something, they're doing their own assessment or something.
Yeah.
Nothing was really indicated in the minutes. So I
Um,
was just curious.
Did you, minutes are to be signed are right there. There's a Chair Farmers. I'm not sure what minutes you're looking.
I'm looking at the one that I printed off this page because I don't understand what we did under the Turnberry Place. It kind of left it open as to what they were concerned that we did a bad assessment. And then the city administrator Lee and Director Rick Brown and Joe provided information to the residents regarding their concerns. Explained that a speed study with after action reports, nothing really, and I had to leave to go to planning and zoning, so I don't know exactly how we left it in the minutes, so before somebody moved it, I'd like to make here.
Well, I don't believe it was for action. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it was for information. So
Okay,
that item was in front of the Department of Public Works at the moment per the policy that the council had passed.
so the woman that came up last night, there's nothing that anybody's gonna be doing about what
She will need to, and then she submitted anything for him.
So they did submit a letter to me in accordance with policy for the letter that we submitted to them. They followed up. I haven't even read the letter, quite frankly. It was several pages long. I've got to review that and then I will be in a position to evaluate or reevaluate my score depending on what information was provided.
So we'll let them back here or we'll go directly to the council.
We'll go next to the council, I think. But I think the way it's written, but I have to reread it, is that essentially if the score changes, I recommend it go back to the council.
Okay,
That's correct. So the way the policy is written is that if the score were to change based off of factual introduction of information, in that case, the director does, and it does have a provision in there that it's up to the director's discretion. If that happens, then it was back to the council. The other portion of the motion was that to find the quickest and most equitable way of opening it, which would be working it into our normal maintenance operations, which we can discuss with the night during the meeting.
and that's the part I missed. I wasn't here for that, but it doesn't really say. The next step there does say they have the 30 days to do an assessment. Oh, Mr. Farmer has a. Go ahead, Mr. Farmer.
He's just waving at us.
That is, yeah, he's waving.
All right, let's just phone that.
Well, he may be able to clarify, but I think that's all I was trying to do is figure out where's it gonna go? Because I know they will be contacting the council members. And nothing was said in here, and then she said she's completed it, which that would have been a month ago, and I know it's a short time frame, right, 30 days?
They have to submit.
They submitted it to us just within the 30 days. I've only had it in hand since I think last Wednesday or Thursday, but last week, so.
That's fine then.
Yeah.
So,
We can have, I mean, if you'd like to, we can go back and revise the minutes, have a postponement on it.
well, I just, there's, after last night's situation and then not knowing exactly what was said, I was just concerned if we should have any clarification. If Amy wants to add a little bit to it, or we might hear from Councilmember Farmer.
Typically try to keep the minutes pretty brief and limited mainly to the motions that are made by the committee members and approved. So
Correct.
we don't generally try to add a lot of extra verbiage. to the
I just,
minute.
there was nothing here, so if you think this is the way you want it, you can get a motion to approve them. I just didn't, it didn't say anything when you read the minutes as far as, other than they were concerned about it and they wanted to go through that process, so. This is, and this kind of be up to the committee, if the committee believes this is how it was reported, I had to go to the other meeting, so.
We typically don't make too many changes, but if there wants to be a motion tonight, I don't think the department would argue if we want to have, especially if it's recalled by the other council members, that during that discussion, maybe a sentence or two be added regarding the inclusion in a future budget to align with maintenance needs and to obviously oblige by the policy with the 30-day time.
I wasn't here, I didn't hear it, and honestly, I didn't go back to listen to the tape, so if the two people, I guess two of you would, and then Councilmember Farmer were here. Just how do you remember it?
I don't remember too much about it, to be honest with you, and I didn't think we were really entertaining anything.
They went on for a long time, but I had to go to that other meeting, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Okay,
From what I recall, they had definitely indicated that they were planning to look into the appeal. The appeal, the policy was explained to them and it was kind of left at that, that they.
That's fine. I'm okay, do you get,
Marshall, I
once we
recall
approve,
what's being discussed, really, no surprise, they didn't like the fact that we didn't give them a lower score. In this case, a low score was a passing score. And they alleged that there were flaws in scoring. This night you heard was that they had gone through and done some things that looked like they found errors in the scoring. And then based on discussion they had with the Metro West Fire Chief, that seemed to make them think, at least it made it sound like they had a steam behind them in having that component of it scored lower.
and I think Chair Farmer explained to him, it really isn't up to the fire department,
It's
Right.
not,
so.
and that was explained
Yeah.
pretty clearly multiple times, but
So that's fine.
um,
Anyway, we know then where it's gonna go, so I'm fine. I'm just gonna abstain from approving the minutes because I wasn't here to hear that part of it. But if I could get a motion to approve the minutes as they're presented, we can go forward.
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Vanek and Mr. Mabry, second that. I'm sorry, Albers. Any other questions or discussion? So all in favor of approving the minutes as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Aye. Two, Councilmember Nyland and myself abstaining.
Fine, could we get a?
I think Chris, it's nothing from the other two.
Just texted Joe.
I know it was on Karen. Okay, Amy, you got what you need? Perfect.
Might not have, we had two abstentions. Positives.
You had three out of five, you
Technically-
should be okay.
Could we retake that just since, Mr. Farmer?
so I'm saying,
You'll promote that, yeah.
Okay, so
Could we just
Councilman
redo that?
Preston's on,
He's changing phones, I think.
okay,
I was a yes.
all right. And there's Mr. Vanek
Okay, so that,
Nervous.
and Joe.
he's
Hey
on.
guys, sorry, my phone crapped out on me.
Okay,
Has Mr.
so
Vanek
we're just
voted?
getting a vote on the minutes as submitted.
Yes,
Um,
I could hear everything. I just couldn't see anything or respond in any way, which is always exciting.
That would have the.
So we got a little bit of clarification. So if you're in favor of approving the minutes. we
Yeah.
could- All right, Mr. Vanek as well. So now we have everyone but two abstentions. Got it? All right. So public participation. I know, Amy, you probably have some cards.
I only have two. Wait,
5 minutes?
Yeah, well, we'll try to do that. So you can call the first card in five minutes and give us what you want to talk
Can we
about,
just stand here up there?
wherever you want to
Yeah.
be, wherever you're comfortable.
Richard Dana?
That's me. Thanks, Ed.
Richard.
Okay, yeah, I'm Richard Dana. I've lived in Wildwood or, well, St. Louis County, because it was in Wildwood when I moved here in 1980. It was unincorporated St. Louis, then Chesterfield and now Wildwood. I believe I'm in Ward 3, which they've already had the deer culling. But just a couple of things with it that concern me as an avid outdoorsman, bow hunter, not my day job, but a professional archer as well. The way that it's being done concerns me a little bit. Couple things. One is I feel like it's not being managed well. It's more of a let's wipe them out instead of manage the population. And as an avid hunter, you grow and you learn, especially as you get older, that the management part of it is what's most important, because you want to preserve the wildlife for future generations. I mean, I'm gonna have grandchildren and things like that, and I want them to be able to hunt on my property. It's a way of life for us. It's a delicacy in our house. It's a treat at Christmas and Thanksgiving and those sorts of things. But what I've noticed is, as a person that manages the deer or tries to, which is difficult when you have adjoining properties and all those things around you, but who doesn't go in the woods as a hunter? And I don't know if any of you are hunters or not, but who doesn't go in the woods and, want to shoot a big buck, right? Everyone thinks, oh, a big buck. Well, that's great and it's fun, but the majority of people don't do that. It's a rarity to kill a big buck. And it's a real treat to do that, right? The majority of us, we kill does, right? Because we want the meat. It's a family thing. We process the meat. We make bratwurst and sausage and all these things. But what I've noticed is that the doe population in my area has dwindled. And now I'm seeing mostly just bucks. And so that's a problem because you have to keep the buck to doe ratio correct for the herd to grow, right? And so that's an issue. Another issue, though, is if you are going to control the population, of course, you need to kill the does, right? Because does get pregnant, they can have twins or triplets or whatever, and that's how you really control it. In the buck issue, if you are an avid hunter and you are someone who tries to manage your deer, you want to kill mature bucks, right? So what I've noticed is I will be hunting in a tree, bow hunting, and I will see a very nice buck that's a mature buck, but not quite mature enough. Right? So I let him go. And I'll shoot a doe instead of shooting that buck. I let him go because I want him to grow for next year. But what I found is those bucks that I've been letting go, someone else has been killing them in February at night and they're gone. So I'm here spending my time, work hard, get out of work, go straight to the stand, hunt hard, try to manage, try to do the right thing. And someone else is killing those deer that I'm letting go because I want them to grow. I'm doing my part by shooting the does, and I'm doing it. I'm killing does, and we eat those does, and we share them and do things. But I don't think it's right that someone can come in and just kill something that I feel like I've invested so much time in watching that deer grow and letting it get bigger.
Sure.
And trying to do it the right way. And another thing that really bothers me is that I'll be done here just one second, is they're able to do it in a manner that if I did it the way they're doing it, I'd be in jail, right? I can't shoot a deer at night over a pile of corn with a spotlight and a rifle. I mean, I could, right? But that's illegal for me. So I feel like that there should be some sort of, I don't understand why the state or the county or the city would allow someone to do something that's basically against their own rules.
So, thank you for your comments. Are you
Yes, sir.
hunting on your own property? They
Yeah, I
came in
hunt
on your property?
Yes, sir, I hunt on my property and a couple of adjoining properties around.
But Are you saying that somebody came in and shot the buck on your property?
Not on mine, I don't let them, but the neighbors,
Okay.
you know, they let them down the street and that's the same deer, you know, I mean.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure,
White
Yes, sir.
buffalo.
White buffalo is the people that are killing those deer.
but they don't hunt on people's property without permission.
Correct, yeah. That's-
Illegally.
That's, no, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for
Stay
coming.
next, yeah.
Next.
Jeremy, you,
Good evening, thanks for having me. I'm gonna take a little bit different angle, and I don't know if many of you are aware of Share the Harvest program. And basically, you know, you donate the meat at the nominal fee for the hunter, and then the meat processing is subsidized through the conservation department. The reason why I bring this up is because a lot like what he was saying is managing your property and the herd. Well, that, we used to shoot 3 to 5 does, 6 doe every year. And the reason why we did that is A, for deer management, and B, it's also a kind of a feel good, and you get to share the harvest with the needy. A prime example I have is a guy that I actually just donated personally to now, and this is, you'll see where I'm going with this, is a lot of these meat shops don't take Share the Harvest anymore. So why is that? It's because the conservation department makes them hold on to that meat until it gets tested for CWD, even though we're not a CWD zone. And so what I've done is gone on Facebook groups, whatever have you, tell people that I'll donate a whole entire deer to them. They have to get them processed or they have to butcher them themselves. One guy in particular I had to tell this year because we have 0 deer left on our property after this culling, is that I'm not gonna be able to support him this year. And his wife got COVID really bad, beef tasted like gasoline, and they eat deer 365. So where am I going with all this? If we're paying $750 basically a deer for this outfitter to come in here, I think the residents would be able to contribute more to this management. If we did something as a city, partner with K&A Meats, say we would rent a refrigerated trailer for you so you can maintain and hold that much meat before the testing gets back. So then it gets released to the needy. I mean, that's a simple solution that would be a lot, from a cost perspective, a lot cheaper than what we're doing per head. The other issue, since the safety committee, I'm assuming that 109 and 100 are kind of the areas of concern for deer strikes, because they're 2-lane road, no shoulder, higher rate of speed than a shepherd road where we are. I don't understand why those particular areas that are much more, would be a higher impact, more dangerous, why those weren't addressed first to see how this program is going to work. I don't understand why they went to areas where those deer are never going to travel to our hot spots, let's call it, and started there. That makes zero sense to me. The other thing that I would like the council to look at is, if we really care about safety, I mean, we have a power pole about every 75 feet on 109 with no shoulder and nowhere to go to hit that pole. Why don't we talk to Ameren about burying those power lines? If we're spending $500,000 to $1 million, $1.5 million to call these deer, surely we have the funds to talk to Ameren or partner with them, because my understanding with talking to Ameren is these lines need to be dictated to be buried by the city. They don't determine that. So that's something I'd like to have us look into a little bit. And I think that's pretty much everything I have here tonight, but thanks for your time.
Sure. Amy, next.
Tom Mitchell.
Okay, yeah, I just want to pick up on a little bit of last night, just to recap, but before I do that, I just want to acknowledge, I don't usually get involved in the government process. And I'm really impressed by the way you guys do your business. You come in, you're organized. I just want to thank you for your service. I know you're not getting rich doing this, and you listen to a lot of crazy things like, what I heard last night with the property boundaries. So I just want to make sure I acknowledge that, and I'm sincere about it. And I thank you for giving us a voice. I do want to recap a little bit from last night. Number one, there has been an overkill, and we know there's been an overkill based upon our hunting observations, spending hours in the woods this season. We know there's been an overkill just from our observations driving during deer 30, we call it, during the dusk hours coming home. We're not seeing any deer. So there has been an overkill in sections NE1 and NE2. And as I mentioned, if you do the math using Wildwood's own data of 72 deer per square mile, They took 66 deer per square mile. That leaves 6 deer. That's about what I'm seeing right now in those areas. The herd has definitely been driven to a point of no return. It's called a minimally viable population. And to Richard's point, I call him Rick, if you have an imbalanced herd, they can't breed. They inbreed. They die of winter death because there's not enough. They don't survive. You can literally make a herd extinct. And something I've heard from the council, from a few people, is they think the herd is going to move to a new area. That's not true. Does have a small core home area. Bucks have a small core home area. And they tend to stay in those home areas for their entire lives. The mother doe kicks the yearling buck out. That's a 1.5-year-old buck. That yearling buck will roam sometimes 14 miles looking for a home range. And once he finds a home range, he'll stay there. So that's the only time where you see a migration of white-tailed deer. So these areas that have been culled, they're actually ruined, at least for a generation, if not long. So our goal is to take a more conservation-minded approach. I didn't get involved in this process. I say process, I have friends in the UK, until I saw no deer. And then I dug into the Wildwoods online data. I requested the contracts from White Buffalo, which they provided very quickly. I requested other documentation not available to the public, which they provided very quickly. And I found some data problems. Number one, the Northeast section, according to this information, was supposed to have only spent $148,500. The Northeast 2 section was only supposed to have spent $65,000. That's about $214,000. $474,000 was spent. So that's my question, is why did it go so high when this is the screenshot of the budget of the master plan? Secondary to that, only 297 deer were to be removed from Northeast 1, and only 130 deer were to be removed from Northeast 2. That is 430 deer. They took 661. We don't know why. Why did the number go up? I think the answer goes back to the original plan was to reduce the herd to 40 deer per square mile. Then it was 20. I think that's where the mistake happened. It ended up being 6 per square mile. So we're here to be your friends. We're here to be an asset to you. Use us and the rest of the army that we have behind us to make this a management conservation city while still controlling your population. Okay?
Thank you for your comments. Any other speaker cards? Anyone else in the audience or on Zoom would like to make a comment on public participation?
Okay, we're good. I didn't know we could join on Zoom, but thank you for that. We know now.
You can.
We can. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm done.
All right, so we're gonna move on and do the administration expense budget first.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your comments.
So I wanted to take these almost, at least the operating expenditures collectively to kind of approach a couple subjects. The department's been working pretty vigorously. We've had some changes. The police actually have come in. There's been a slight change to their operating for the year. Still working, it's work in progress, but the police budget isn't reviewed in this committee. This is just a general expenditure summary sheet. That's the password.
You got it?
What's the password? Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you.
So overall, I wanted to point out a couple things because the budget, even though we're not reviewing these portions, the parks and the planning side of it today, there had to be some pretty significant cuts based off the revenue that's anticipated. The team has conducted a pretty in-depth analysis looking at 5 different years, going back 5 years and now projecting outwards. We're only expecting to see a net increase in revenue for the operating of about $59,500. And police services themselves, which we originally had gotten a quote for 5% increase, which would have been a $260,000 increase. Luckily, the police have come back. It's going to be a 3% increase, and it's about equal to $156,000. So that did help, and that has impacted just this document here. We've had to go back. We just found this out before the meeting, so we haven't had a chance to go through all the other documentation. That said, when you're working with that that windfall, I can kind of break this up in a couple different areas. One, with the actual revenue itself. Spending patterns, we've been recording in this month for the month of September. We're actually seeing revenue tick back up for sales tax and Prop P tax, which is tied directly to sales within St. Louis County. That's good to see. That said, overall, two different tax sources have been decreasing year over year. One is the our gross receipts tax for telephone. Where this revenue came from, most times it is from people that have landlines installed at their homes. That has decreased over the years. And then the secondary component of it is when someone buys a cell phone on a data plan and they actually get charged for phone minutes, that is taxed. But if they go off a data package that isn't directly tied to minutes, then our number of calls, then that isn't taxed. And most providers, T-Mobile, US Cellular, et cetera, they are going off that model these days. And that over the last 5 years, we've seen pretty much a $200,000 decrease in telephone revenue. The other side of it is the cable franchise fee. That one is actually from state legislation. They have implemented in 2023, the tax was to decrease by 0.25% each year annually until it got down to 2.5% of the fee that's charged on when you got cable hooked up to your home. When that was done, we once again saw a net decrease over about 3 or 4 years, about $200,000. So overall, to the bottom line, we've seen a net decrease of about $400,000 from both of these revenue sources, while other revenue sources are relatively stagnant. It's not necessarily, declining in any regard. Those are the two that we wanted to point out tonight. But the other side of it is we've got, with spending patterns remaining relatively consistent, we can expect to keep getting what we have, but without any introduction of a different revenue source, it seems that this is going to keep repeating at a similar level. So we've almost reached where we're going to be with our current revenue sources, unless, there's major inflation like 2022 that did lead to some significant bumps in 23 and 24. That somewhat tailed off a bit. We'll know a little bit more when we get the holiday months in November and December this year. Those are typically when you'll see that gross expenditure go up, and we'll see the year end pretty much cap out. But when the finance team is looking at this, we have to be very conservative with our estimates because it's better to guess low than to be guess high. The only other thing I'd point out is that our utility tax, it is showing pretty much stagnant across the board. The one that has a little bit of room for growth, because we're now seeing September hitting, is the Ameren tax. So electric tax, that actually has gone up. We do anticipate about $55,000 more this year than we were anticipating earlier this year, but that's because
Everybody's bill went up.
everyone's bill went up. And we had a little bit of a hotter fall than anticipated, I would say, but that is exactly right. Where this ties in with utility tax too, and sorry to just throw a bunch of information at you. This will all be in a budget report that will be distributed Friday, just as an FYI going through these, but wanted to explain them one by one. Back in 2022, we had a gas tax increase, and we typically, for gas, telephone, water, and electric, we charge 5%. For the gas tax, we do get an option as a city that charges a gross receipts tax to be able to decrease based off, keep pretty much the tax level the same. In that case, we elected to use that option, and now we tax at 4.86% versus the 5%. And that's where, when you see the minimal growth within utility tax, that's where it's coming from. So those things, wanted to kind of point out a few revenue updates there, but overall, it's consistently hitting our mark. It's just not really growing too much, and we don't anticipate too much growth. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but I can jump into the other component, which is police expense.
I would just like to make a suggestion. All of those are true, and I remember 20 years how we knew the phone taxes were going away. The same thing with cable, but I think you should break out the last 5 years on the utility taxes so people can see. Everybody kind of smiles when Jeff City makes these kind of decisions, and these are coming right out of our pockets from a taxpayer standpoint. So I think if you could break it out to show how those are decreasing, and then I think we need to take credit that when the council decided not to let the state gas price go through, I think that was the biggest mistake. I came in as a resident to speak to that, but we let that go, and then we said, well, why don't we didn't have to do anything but let it go? That we were going to show how we're going to save everybody money. Well, now you see the repercussions of that. So, but I think we need to put the stuff out there so that you don't have to worry about explaining it that way, but to be able, and maybe you can just do it under the utility and just put, here's the trend for maybe the last 5 years. And then break out the cable versus the phone and the cell phone or whatever. I don't think we get any tax on spectrum through Charter, do we?
That's from the cable gross receipt, cable franchise fee. We do get it, but it's capped at 2.5%. We used to have that at 5%, which was great. That was a nice revenue source. The top peak of that, and you'll see it, that can be provided, by the way, that was what we were looking at, was I believe $397,000 per year just for that alone. That is now decreased. I think we're anticipating about 220 from that source this year because
We got 2,000 more people with internet.
yeah, exactly,
Figure that.
exactly. So that is somewhat, that is the basis of the problem is that we're seeing, and we can include that most definitely 5 years PAC, and we'll actually include break it out by the utility and the cable franchise fee as well. That said, one thing to note is this all is based off consumption patterns as well. It's based off weather. People, when you turn on your electric, that's a utility. If it's hotter, you're going to be using more of it. If it's colder, you're going to be using more gas, et cetera. So typically that's when you'll see some fluctuation. But the cable and the telephone, those have been interesting to watch because we've seen some rebounds, but we've also had that net decrease for cable each year. It's been interesting to watch, but overall the trend line for both of them is down. Another one, it's not as critical. It's not 400,000 versus 200,000, but folks aren't buying as many cigarettes. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think that's generally a positive thing, but there is a tax that's applied there. We've seen about a net decrease about $20,000. So just a lot of taxes that were passed around the founding of the city. Over time, there's been some molding within consumer patterns that have, and state legislation, quite frankly, that has kind of trailed it off a bit. So that kind of gets into the second component here is keeping up with our police expenditures, which the last couple of weeks, we were actually looking, we were going to get this out a lot earlier, but there was a pretty large increase that was imposed, and with the police making up a little bit over 40% of our gross, they take up 40% of the revenues for operating, period. And that has increased from 40 to about 42.5 with this most recent increase. And with that, when you only are bringing in an additional 59.5 this year, but you have 260 growing from the police alone. And then you also have to account for insurance going up for our general liability. We don't have the firm estimate for health insurance and things along those lines, but we have to round in a 10% estimate for that just in case. I don't think it'll be that high, but you have to be a little bit conservative. It's very difficult to keep up with the rising costs of just our continuity of services without looking at our budget internally and saying what can be cut. And now we're looking at core services and what's included tonight, admin, public works, clerk and the court, both of those budgets are relatively lean. I mean, that's pretty much staff and the computers that they use and a couple charges that go directly to the state. But overall, when you look at it, where you're going to find that money, it really comes down to, are we going to keep buying salt? Are we going to keep mowing the grass in the parks? Or are we going to continue offering the same number of events? Like there are a lot of different questions that get posed here. And I think we're going to have some difficult discussions to have because we have to make up a little bit of a windfall. The department's gone in and made some recommendations, and we're still 13,000 right now. I think we could get it at a balanced budget, but that's going to include some pretty major changes. Just a few of them off the top of the head. I've got a list here. We'll go through those. Do we want to break these down by department? Or
I think so, but first, I wanted to go ahead and get to Councilman Van Eck and then Councilmember Farmer.
Certainly.
So, we'll hold you right there, but I do believe we need to get to detail in order to look at that. So go ahead. Mr. Van Eck?
Hey, everybody. Just curious, the 188 luxury apartments sold to us in part, not only as a, to invigorate the downtown and downtown businesses, but as a tax resource. And when, along with that, with the 188 luxury apartments, there's also on the west side of 109, south of 100, there's a rather large development going in. And I expect, you know, there's utility taxes and stuff like that, that we'll see it, you know, from that. When can we expect those taxes to start coming in? And when, you know, have you allotted for this, and what kind of amounts are we looking at?
And so there, we did a little breakdown of the apartment complex, and we were anticipating for the utility tax anywhere between about 15 on the high end, $30,000. So each year, that's gonna be a nice chunk. That won't be constructed till 2028 though, from everything we're able to see and based off the development and performance agreement. The reserve, similar number of homes, probably gonna be having a little bit more of a high utility usage. I've done a little bit more studying on the actual apartment building, but those houses aren't expected to be completed here until 2027, so they weren't included in 26 model. But we do anticipate that'll probably reduce, that'll probably turn in about $15,000 to $20,000 itself. So we increase, but the people have to be living in there and they have to be turning on their utilities. We'll be having that discussion though, probably in 2027 for the reserve, and then for 2028, second half, probably 2029 is when you can get a full picture of it, is when we're going to start incorporating the apartment utility.
Okay, and are there any other capital improvement taxes?
Was that Rick?
We gotta maintain the roads in the reserve as well.
Yes, so that's an excellent point. But can you repeat that? Sorry, Mr. Reddick.
Well, is there a capital improvement tax?
Yeah, so that said, there are going to be, you know, the fact that we're adding households right in the heart of town center, that's kind of the idea behind it, is to hope that we can actually see a nice increase, not only to the pool tax. That one will probably be less impacted just because, you know, an individual, if they move from outside the county into the county and they choose Wildwood as a destination, that will have a net increase to the pool tax. But for the capital improvement sales tax fund, that's a 0.5 cent tax in Wildwood itself. And the apartment building specifically, if we calculated it based off of per capita, what we get in the capital improvement sales tax fund based off the number of residents we have currently. Once again, we saw about $15,000 to $30,000 dollars that we'd be generating annually on the low end and the high end, depending on how many residents there are. So those are estimates based off just consumer patterns of other folks. They will be in the heart of town center, which I believe will help. And honestly, that will help direct them to buy things at Deerberg's, Walgreens, et cetera. So I think those will start returning, but the main thing is they got to be built and have some folks in them beforehand. And typically we need a little bit of data from there. We'll notice it once we see an increase in revenue, but then we can start tracking once it's done. We need to have the people moved in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Farmer.
Yeah, hey guys. So a couple other things I might suggest along with Mr. Marshall's idea is that we should also plot out where we think the police contracts are going to be. And then also, you know, I'm sure you'll get to it here in a minute, Tom, but you didn't mention the fact that we are currently understaffed. And I mean, you and I have had some conversations at length about this, but even the increases that we're budgeting are pretty slim, in my opinion. And so if we want to continue to have good people work for the city, you know, we need to take care of them the best of our ability. And all of our tax structure seems to be built on models that are kind of slowly going out of business. And so I think it's time, I mean, we have it in our strategic plan to look at new revenue sources. I mean, I think we probably need to start looking at that, because depending on taxes for utilities people don't use anymore, and you know, not passing ones that they do, it just doesn't seem like a sustainable model for us to do much of anything. I mean, we operate pretty lean currently, and we're going to have to get leaner because we don't have the money to maintain the stuff that we've got. It just seems like a bad plan. I think we've got some time to fix it, but I think we need to kind of start steering that ship right now.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Van Eck, another comment? Your hand was still up. I didn't know if you wanted to make another comment.
I did.
Okay.
Okay, there I am. Okay. Regarding the celebration of Wildwood, that happens every year, correct?
That is correct.
I mean, I love celebrating Wildwood. I think it's a great thing, but we're talking about $80,000, and maybe we could, as a city or as a city council, consider going to every 5 years, you know? Just a thought, throw it out there. But, you know, if we're looking at trying to save money, that's a lot of money, and maybe we don't need to do it every year.
Okay. I mean, we're gonna be looking for all kind of comments. So that's just one of the many things I think we have to look at and see. There's a lot of stuff that we do spend money on that
Yeah.
No
maybe.
bad idea during brainstorming too.
Yeah.
And just as a FYI, when looking at this, the more summary sheet here, that was something that was considered, and two things that are on the table and were included were potentially taking away the parade. It costs about $10,000 to run the parade. And potentially looking at, well, we will see a cost efficiency with the fact we're moving to the Village Green. We no longer have to pay for generators for electricity, which is about $15,000 per year for that event too. So that in and of itself are two major things, but can save upwards of $30,000 if you combine a couple other small things. So it'd go from 95 was what was presented by the commission. Currently worked in the modeling, it's looking more like 60, and then letting the sponsors kind of take the reins on the remainder of it. That'll be talked about during the parks meeting, but we're going to have to, that's included in this, is that some changes have been recommended, including moving some porta potties from some of our parks. Al Foster, Glencoe, there's some that, you know, get serviced quite a bit. Maybe we could reduce the servicing and we're able to find some efficiencies there, but that is a reduction in service to our residents at the end of the day. And, you know, the department doesn't take that lightly. We do have a list where we publish it out with the documentation as well, but just wanted to give an FYI, that is something we're looking at. And quite frankly, everything's kind of on the table at this point, other than stuff to do public notices and keeping people on board.
Sure. So just one more question, but I know we'll go into that in more detail. Our actual police contract, we had a capped out percentage for the 5-year contract. Is that what that's what we had included in the contract, or now you're saying they're coming in with a higher number?
So currently we have in our contract that was signed in 2021 carries out, 2022 is the first year of the contract. It goes to 2031, and that's 10-year with an annual appropriation. So you amend it each year to adjust based off the cost. They submit a cost sheet. That cost sheet was originally at 5%, which is the cap. That was the most that they could charge us in any given single year. The year after that, though, I mean, not the year, just recently, they did come back and we can confirm that it's going to be in a 3% increase versus the 5%. At 5%, it was, there were some even it was very chaotic trying to figure out where we could line up the stacks. But that said, you know, when looking at this with that cap, which good that we do have that, I think it's safe to say, and something that Mr. Farmer touched upon here and will be included in the documentation, is that kind of drawn out, like, what does it look like if every year we see a 5%? Because quite frankly, at least for next year, I don't necessarily think it'll be every year, but most definitely next year with giving us due notice and whatnot, I think we could anticipate a 5% increase after this 3%.
That is kind of interesting, but years ago, when we first engaged, I mean, we did a lot of study about having our own police force, use Chesterfield, use Eureka, and use the county. And part of that contract was built on the fact that they did cap it. I believe it was a 2% in those first years of being able to do that. Then we got COP grants for several years, so we had to keep those officers in our numbers. But, you know, believe it or not, we only had like 2 police officers. So we've come a long way, and that's a big budget. And I think we just need to look at, you know, any of those options. But that is a big jump when, and I know last year we restructured some and took some out of there. So
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, or we're going to start on down through? Mr. Rambo, do you have any comments?
No, I am here for the deer management discussion, mostly to answer questions, but I will have a comment at the beginning of that. That's it.
Okay, cool.
That said, I mean, just to add to it, we will include that with it projected out, but the big equation that we keep finding here after looking into it, is that with it being 42% of our operating, and having it be contingent on the service contract that is submitted to us, and having it, you know, the city, we don't own the police department, so us not being able to adjust routing or whatever it might be, it is, we have to pay that, or we have to negotiate. That is kind of the deal with the police. That said, when our revenues are staying relatively stagnant and we can anticipate a growth like this, that that's where I'm trying to point out is that this may be the symptom of a long-term issue where, you know, Mr. Farmer had mentioned that we may want to explore, something the department's been doing is already going back to all the fees and permitting and licensing fees that we currently have on the books. I don't know how much more juice we can get out of those. I know we did produce about $30,000 in revenue just from adding $50 to our zoning authorizations. So that change in of itself, $30,000 is helpful. That said, in the long term, even if we went back and maximize where we could, I do think not necessarily this year, we might have to make some cuts that are a little uncomfortable and, 2-3 years down the road. We may not be able to have, events at all. We might not be able to keep the staff that we have currently.
So one that would be new this year, and I'm sure somebody has it calculated, is what's the fee for the rental inspections?
That all is cut. The fee actually goes directly to St. Louis County. The city doesn't make a net anything off that.
I thought we got $25.
I think that's the case. I can look into that and get back.
I believe there is though, because we talked about why wouldn't we do that? It's gonna take additional staffing, additional explaining it, and I do believe, I was on that committee a couple of years ago when that first went through. But yeah, the city does, but they have to come in here and pay for the certification. You on that committee?
I do have a comment that may be useful.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thinking about reduction in services and thinking about the porta potties and the costs to maintain them and so on and so forth. If we look at this a different way, which it just popped into my head, it may be stupid, but those modular concrete structures that are, essentially a porta potty that you hoist into place and you leave there, that would probably be less maintenance. We certainly wouldn't have it would be an improvement to the parks. And it seems like we could justify that in the handful of places where we have those by using part of our reserve funds for that. So we spend a few $100,000, which is a big chunk of money, but it comes out of that nut and it saves us money long-term because we don't have to maintain the porta potties and it's an improvement to the parks. And I think people would get behind that. And that maybe those kinds of thoughts might
What
be
are
worth
those
having.
again?
They're environmental toilets.
Yeah, they are
So you
they
go
are
in and
precast and
clean
yeah,
them,
right, right. It's like there's
you
no
don't pump it
flushing
out
on
every
water
week.
required.
And it doesn't require any, does it require cleaning and anything like that? Like
Well,
maybe less maintenance?
Yes, it does require maintenance, but a lot less.
Yeah.
And then
It's
it
like
could
getting
be
your septic
maintained.
tank pumped. Like I just had mine done and it was 14 years since the last time I had it done. And it was it was getting to the right time, but it wasn't required yet. So probably every 15 years or so.
All the Boy Scout and Girl Scout camps have them now.
They
So
work slick. Joe Vunich is sold on them. And
they're
I am
expensive,
too.
but there's not that ongoing maintenance and
And they're durable.
yeah, they stay forever.
And they look good. And it could be seen as an amenity because the alternative is if we stop maintaining porta potties, people would just be using the woods and we don't need too many incidents of that kind to really get a bad rap. So that's my spiel. Thank you, guys.
Well, I didn't know those existed just yet, so we'll look into those.
You give it tomorrow and you park your car, get out and see what that is you're sitting next to. Go ahead.
What's this brick building? Okay, so back to the administration budget. The only thing that wanted to note, now that the police have come back, we have a reduced cost. We didn't have to talk it very negatively and potentially not have. We are still including a communications economic development manager, and we'll be looking, this was something we wanted to figure out prior to putting we wanted to get approval for the expenditures and start getting the budget going, then we'll be publishing that role to go out to the public and then filling that role. This does incorporate only a 2% increase. Right now, with the department wanted to be more around 3.5% with a 1.5 merit and a 2% COLA. That said, and this is the same for city clerk, for all departments, right now, when you calculate it out, we can afford about a 2% increase over all folks. That said, the other items, it's really, right now, the only one I really want to point out too, when it comes to the personnel expenditures, we do have a 10% right now contingency for employee health benefits. That typically doesn't happen. You don't see a net 10%. But we wanted to include that because we haven't gotten back from the broker that handles it to get the exact number, and we didn't want to underestimate. So that number could go down.
As you're doing that, again, only because I've done this too many times. We need to go back and look at what the benefits are by employee overall, because I was doing some here today, and a couple of these sheets of full-time employees, $29,000 in benefits. Not saying whether it's right or wrong, but part of that, I just think that's something we should be looking at. And I know that you always wait to get the benefits back, but over the years, that was a real push to try to, because we've been trying to keep it to where the employees are all covered and you weren't paying for that. Most of business hasn't changed that. I don't know whether the municipal league has any better input on that or not, but it's such a big issue anymore. And, you think, well, let's add a full-time person, but when you do that and 50% of their salary on top of the salary, that's a lot of money.
That's
So
exactly
I
right.
just think if you get a breakdown so it can kind of answer all the unknowns on what not names, but the averages of what the different salary levels would be.
I had something when you.
Okay. And I'm sure there's some stuff in the old budget stuff, but I mean, I think it's a pretty good way to look at the overall cost for our 16, 17 employees and what that benefit breakdown is, including the contribution, the pension and all that stuff, because it's all overhead. Yes, sir.
With the economic development position, are you able to put any budget in for that position to work with? Not the salary.
Oh, the actual person, like the, as of right now, and I think we can find it after, originally there was a little concern, but once we got confirmation that the police were gonna be at the level they're at, which did really lead to some decent cost savings, that, yes, right now we think we can.
Well, in my short period of time here, I really saw what an effective person could do in that job. And if that person had some additional budget to do, they could do a lot, I think, so.
And typically we'll talk about this at the EDC, but that budget is not big. I mean, quite frankly, it is about $20,000 that is for community relations. It's coded in this budget here. That said, that 20,000, a lot of it goes towards the new resident packets, that the folders we had to get professionally printed, and quite frankly, it costs a decent amount to send those out. It is a benefit to our businesses. I think most folks that have come in that position too, they fully support it because it's a good way to enter into the conversation with some of the business owners that they might be meeting with. Like, hey, did you know that this was an opportunity for you?
Right.
The business community really appreciates it. We always have a full folder. And the other component, it actually helps cover our holiday tree lighting, because originally that was a Wildwood Business Association event. And it was supposed to be something that we would help support them through helping put on this event. And quite frankly, they dropped the ball, and the city kind of picked it up because we didn't want to have our names associated with an event. When we do an event, we want to make sure it's done professionally. So that said, there's not much increase allowed there's enough for the employee themselves. There's enough for a little bit of leeway, and they could honestly use some of the consulting budget that's part of our admin costs to be able to maybe work with a consultant to do like a marketing campaign or something like that. But it's nothing too crazy. They're going to be more so relegated to in-person objectives. That said, if we wanted to, and where I would almost say if we're going to do something big for the business community, like we're gonna add some type of signage, or we're gonna have a program, I would almost say that could be something we would consider under capital expenditure, just to get it out, since operating is quite thin at this point.
That could be a hiring factor. If you have somebody good and that person asks, well, what kind of budget do I have to work with other than my salary? And if it isn't much, that might deter that person from coming aboard,
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay.
That said, the other side of it, though, that role, and I will say, just as you said, that the individual in that role, if done well, it does make a huge difference, is the communication side of it.
Right.
Quite frankly, we have to have, and that's why I would really fight hard to have someone in that role, is to have someone that can manage our social media, keep our website updated, and just be reviewing that constantly, because that, in an ever evolving world, that does end up taking, the person almost they do wear two hats. They come in, and quite frankly, a lot of it is focused on the day-to-day is filling in that information on the website, getting information from team members, and then passing it on in a way that's.
So is that a different job?
And I would say that there's probably an argument to be had there. We don't have the funding.
I mean, it's hard to find.
I'm
saying it's hard to find combined people.
It
but
is.
With the improvements in technology and stuff, you probably don't have to go as high on wages as you do to send the direction of how they want to do that. Mr. Farmer, your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, and I know, you know, we've had a couple people for different reasons in short terms in that role, but I just wonder, you know, our budget for the EDC department is not big. I would be more inclined to say it might be worthwhile to look for a person that could be a communications director and maybe a deputy city admin or somebody underneath Utah that can take on some of these other issues. Because while I'm in favor of getting our economy developed here, and I think it is important, you know, we have a lot of work every day, and those things, you know, like you cannot do everything. It's just not possible. So it might be worthwhile to try to look into that role. I mean, that's an expensive role to get, but if we don't have those things happening, I'm not sure what real difference the, you know, adding some signs for businesses and stuff makes. I mean, we're talking about trying to cut down on, you know, public services and things like that. I'm, you know, I think communication, I am of the opinion communication is the most important thing we do. But I also know that the money that we're talking about is not a lot of money in that business. So, you know, we're not talking about particularly seasoned people. So we need to hire for the right positions. We need to hire those people, but we got to be careful not to try to just have them do everything. I mean, I know that originally, I think originally you came in as economic development director right after Julian left, if I remember right. Tom, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Farmer.
So, like, you know, just I had a conversation with Julian after he left, and you know, he was really good at what he did. Everybody liked him. He wanted to stay, but his budget in Colorado is like millions of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars. So, you know, we need to be realistic about what economic development actually is in a city, and if that's something that, you know, $10,000 or $12,000 of new resident packets qualifies as. I don't know that it is. That's a communications thing. So I mean, I think we look for good candidates, but I do think it is important that, you know, we need to hire the right people. We need to know, you know, from a priority standpoint. I mean, you and I, Tom, have had this conversation. I am of the opinion we are understaffed. I think you are of that opinion as well. And that is not just understaffed because, you know, we just had Paula, you know, leave because her husband got transferred. We were understaffed to begin with. So how many understaffed crew people do you think that we are, if any?
I mean, in an ideal world where money wasn't a subject, I mean, I could probably find a hole for 5 different folks, most likely. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done.
Right.
There are some, well, just fiscal realities that do come up.
No, that part I understand, but I do think we need to make sure that we're, you know, from a communication standpoint and from an administration standpoint, we need to be honest that, you know, we are under the best of circumstances. I think we're 5 people short. And so, you know, anything that we are trying to do, we need to keep those things in mind. And, you know, while I appreciate, you know, saving $5,000 here, $5,000 there, it's all good. This is a pretty significant hole that we have coming at us. And I don't know that those, you know, $3,000 or $4,000 or $10,000 fixes are going to help us that much. I think this is a bigger problem than what we're looking at.
That is, I would agree with you, Mr. Farmer, on that, in that regard, is that, quite frankly, it's more so when you elongate this out, you look at the long term. I mean, if all the, you know, 5,000 here, 5,000 there, even 30,000 here, that number will be dwarfed. That will be gone. And then next year, when we get another 5% increase or something like that, or another expenditure comes in, and it's just, it's high, then we'll be looking down the same, we'll be pretty much looking at the same board, but now it's just reducing. I almost look at it as one pie, and the piece of the pie keeps getting bigger, and that means the upstairs of the building has to, in response, get smaller. That's what's currently projected.
Yeah, I just, you know, I know when I went down to Jeff City to testify about the grocery thing, you know, one of the things I said was, you know, you can't take money away from a city without giving us some level of an alternative to get it back. I kind of feel that way with what we're talking about here. We have, you know, if we're talking about reducing city services, maybe we've offered too many city services. That's certainly a possibility. But the stuff we're talking about seems like pretty basic city services. So then at what point is the city doing much of anything? I mean, you know, I would say, and I was a kid when it was founded, but I mean, it was founded for a reason. And I think the reason was good, but I think that we've maybe lost sight of how to get there because we're relying on things that are now 30 years old. And we keep missing some opportunities. As Mr. Marshall said, you know, we gave up free money for, I'm not sure why. I think it was silly. We talked about a Wayfair tax that then quickly got shelved. I mean, people don't go to stores anymore. They buy things online. So we're crippling all of the local businesses that we want to try to help by allowing anybody to buy something on Amazon and it costs them less money. I just think that, you know, my suggestion is we maybe need to look creatively for a short pocket here with some reserve money to have a much bigger conversation about what we want to do, because it's not sustainable to be 5 people short minimally on a staff. It's not sustainable to not be able to offer even basic cost of living adjustments to people. Agree. I think, Ed, I was understanding you correctly when you were saying that, you know, a lot of companies these days, you know, the company isn't paying all of the health costs and benefit costs. I think that's true, but we can't not do that and not give people raises. It's kind of a handoff thing at some point. So, you know, we've got some big questions that we've got to answer. And I just don't know that, you know, the little tiny pieces of solutions that we have are what's going to do that. And it's the same conversation we've had for years.
Yeah. The diagonals aren't any different than they were 20 years ago. We don't have a revenue stream. And we're depending on what the state's going to let us have or the county's going to give us. And that's not very dependable because they want to use it first. So, all right, yes, Mr. Van Eck.
Yeah, going back to what Mr. Farmer was talking about, as far as an economic development committee out in Colorado somewhere, and their budgets being millions of dollars or maybe not that much. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but I'm trying to figure out, you know, I mean, it's nice, obviously, to have a full-time person in charge of the economic development on the staff side. But I'm trying to figure out, you know, I mean, there's certain basics, but why would you need such a huge budget to try and develop relationships and bring people, businesses into Wildwood? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm probably very ignorant about this subject, but why would a community, perhaps in Colorado, why would they need such a huge budget for economic development?
That just happens to be the way their city runs. And I think the comparison was the individual that was here before with our minimal budget, because you're right, we have nothing to offer people other than the flyers and trying to encourage them to stay there. In cities in Colorado where they have retail sales, they have the others, they're willing to spend millions of dollars to try to get people to come in and use their economy and drive it that way. That's not ours. Ours is just the opposite. Very little dollars. The biggest cost there certainly is the person. And then you're looking at what can they actually generate? Because we as a city don't have anything to give businesses. You know, we give them a business license for $25 or something. But so it's just a big flip flop in how much money do you put into that. And I'm sure that Thomas can go through that. I kind of share the same concern as Councilmember Farmer. You can't do it all. And my fear is you go through and look at some of this stuff. You know you're doing it all. So there's got to be some way to reassign some of the stuff to look at it and determine what those jobs are. And I know there's a lot of technology improvements, and I know that as city government we do a lot of paper. So I'm sure there's some, but none savings are going to make up for gigantic deficit in the amount of revenue coming in. So it's not one that we're going to solve $5 at a time.
That's the conclusion right now, that and quite frankly, there's some factors in, and Mr. Vanek actually brought up a good point, but it won't necessarily, I think, outpace it. But I do think with the growth of folks that are going to, a couple things to consider. So you've got the apartment building going in, you've got the reserve, you've got the point. There are gonna be a lot of homes constructed, which those people hopefully will then turn and spend money in Wildwood, which that will give us 0.5%, and then it'll also go to the pool. That said, that 0.5 cents, great, we can go towards capital projects. Eventually, we're gonna have to resurface their road, for the reserve, that's gonna be dedicated to us. We'll most likely take over the point of the villages at the point, their roads as well. So that's kind of where that goes, but that said, I do think we would probably see a nominal increase, in the actual revenue, but they're gonna have to move in. So it's gonna be a couple years before we start seeing the
I think you're
growth.
talking 3 years before
Yep.
you
Yep.
actually be able to measure the utility taxes or
Exactly.
capital taxes on that. So that's, and we'll still have a problem then too.
That's
Any other comments at this point? So let's keep going on your budget.
All right, other than that, just going through here, as we were talking about, community relations was still included under Econ Dev. Like I said, that includes the holiday tree, includes the packets that go out. Going through here too, I mean, we have memberships that we keep up, we do keep up to date, Missouri Department of Economic Development, St. Louis, the Greater St. Louis Inc., that's where those dues memberships are going in. The West St. Louis County Chamber, luckily we don't have to pay a fee for the Business of Wildwood, they are still a free organization. Equipment leasing, that's including just our standard Ricoh printer, we pay to lease it because after it's done, we turn it back in and we get a new one. And it does turn into a better, at least from what we've seen, it seems like that's the best model because every other year you can get rid of it. We print a lot of stuff here. That said too, insurance expected to be relatively consistent for general liability and other across the board, and also for our property insurance, which is good. We just had an increase last year, which was really wasn't too much, but that should be relatively consistent. Maintenance on the grounds should be stable for the general maintenance, but when we get to capital, we'll discuss some improvements done to the building itself, which might include IT infrastructure and also include some of the issues with the rain garden itself. Other than that, really for administration, we've reduced in quite a few different areas. I can go through the ones for what was originally proposed and then what was reduced. So here. It doesn't show the full picture here. This will be included, but a big change that's part of these annual numbers is that the city newsletter, we had to cut that in half. And that means we can do one Gazette next year. And that does save $26,000. I mean, it's not chump change, but when looking at it, and that was like as mentioned about earlier, before we were dealing with another $150,000 we had to find. So that was we had to start really digging in deep. That said, right now, what's currently being proposed would only be one version of the Gazette. We would also take advantage of it to maybe use a less glossy paper, and we could probably publish Check-in Charlie edition through Issue online and maybe have a printout version available at City Hall. So we could still do that for half the cost. That said, it won't be 2 full publications a year, it would go to 1. We can change that. Council has full authority to do so. I just wanted to point that out. It's a pretty big one. We typically have under admin, a community relations contingency for the community relations for Econ Dev, about $1,500. That was reduced 0 to start making up some of these shortfalls, if you will. And for publications, we had $500 budgeted. The previous mayor had indicated that there was a need for St. Louis Post-Dispatch. There was a lot of articles that were published and we weren't able to access them because you had to pay a fee. City kept a standard journal. We were able to get it delivered and we had it available for all the council members that wanted it. We no longer kept getting those requests as time kind of has gone on. Something we could look into, but that saves us about $500 as well. One thing that the department doesn't like to see, but we were trying to find dollars wherever we could. We have an account under admin 10264, which is special events. That's money specifically put away for doing, small little events here at City Hall for staff. Our Christmas luncheon, the having, a hot dog, cookout, something along those lines that helps pay for those things. We were able to reduce that in 2025 to $5,000, but quite frankly, with the expenditures coming in where they were, we had to reduce it down to $3,000. I think there may be some things that could be shifted around with the changes that happened late this afternoon. But overall, that was definitely wanted to still include that. The computer item under 5K, we had just replaced the computer for the Econ Dev manager role prior to our last Econ manager's departure. So we do not need to do that replacement. That's really the main things that were cut out of the admin. Unfortunately, though, fortunately, sorry. Before we got the news that we weren't gonna see as much of a rate increase, there was consideration of could we afford the communications role as a whole? That was a discussion. So right now, it seems like it could be retained. Quite frankly, we could maybe even talk about doing some secondary edition of the Gazette, maybe something different. There's a little bit more of an opening, but quite frankly, a lot of these expenditures, they're just day-to-day operation. And there's nothing too special. I mean, the other thing, we do pay 31,000 for our lobbyist, our legislative consultant that goes down to Jeff City for us. I think that is important to have in some capacity. I did check just some rates from other firms that are out there, and I think that we're getting a pretty good deal from what I've seen out there. I mean, I've seen anywhere between $200,000 in some instances.
I guess I just question,
Yeah.
we've gone through this before. Mayor Bolton didn't like the guy we had hired originally, who I think was a much better lobbyist, but he didn't like what he was hearing, that we weren't gonna get all these things. So then we kind of evolved into what we have now. I guess my question is 3 years in a row of thinking we had this money and, oh, he's down there meeting with them and all that stuff, and it doesn't happen. That's $25,000 that may not be used that well. Maybe get a couple people go down and sit in those offices of the people, but they're gonna tell you the same thing. And then the new governor vetoes it. So I would really question another area that, do we need somebody to do that right now? And it's, we have all new elected people there. We have new senator, new rep, and new governor. It's not like he has these old relationships. So, we're paying somebody to tell us that they have this great relationship, and our state rep came to one meeting and came in late for that meeting. So those are the kind of issues that I question. If we can't get him to come to the city and we're his largest city, why would we pay a lobbyist to go try to meet with him? So just my 2 cents, but I would put that on the list of things. Is this the best thing for the city for the next couple, 3 years?
I think that could be I think that should be part of the discussion, because I mean, it is an expenditure, and it is a decent chunk of change each year. The returns have not been there. We haven't gotten the governor has vetoed the bill the last second.
I know that's not his fault, but we've silly enough, we keep paying, think we're gonna change the same thing.
It does kind of repeat of, if you go crazy. I will say that he does, the current legislative consultant, whenever there's an issue, like the most recent one, and I think Mr. Farmer actually went down there too, was that they were looking at the sales tax they ended up doing hygiene products, feminine hygiene products, but they were actually looking at food too. And I will say this, if we end up losing that tax, and I hope the state's listening, because our capital improvement sales tax fund would be demolished in a night.
Yep.
That would be a very bad day for Wildwood. And also the pool tax would be very much disrupted, and that would affect obviously the distribution the city gets, which is about 0.02% of the pool, 2%, sorry.
Are we able to find out who somebody like Chesterfield uses as a lobbyist? Is that public?
Yeah, it is. I was able to, I know it wasn't Chesterfield. I found the other ones I was looking at, there were some of the nicer firms. I can come back to this team with to the group here.
Former mayor of Town and Country is a lobbyist. And he was our lobbyist for a few years. Honestly, he was very good. But it's like everything else changes, if an attorney doesn't get the answer he wants, it kind of gets moved differently. And don't ask me his name. I have to look.
No, I just didn't know if
John Dalton.
If you can look at.
And he actually worked in Jeff City, but he was the mayor of Town and Country.
Okay.
And then his law firm, the law firm that he works for, he's a lobbyist in Jefferson City. So we came in and we did an RFP, probably 2016, 2017. And by far, he jumped out as he's already there. He knows the city. He knows what we can and can't get. And he obviously gave us information that wasn't real pleasing to Mayor Bolton. You weren't gonna force them to do things. And sometimes you shoot the messenger. I think the messenger got shot, but that he is a lobbyist, and he certainly knew enough about and represented well. But we did an RFP a few years ago.
We could go back and take a look at that. I will say,
he may not even be doing it anymore. I mean,
I think, and I guess this would be a collective discussion we could have, and if there's a motion tonight, we can look into it for sure. But the idea maybe is the question first, do we need one? And you know, if there isn't any, the idea was if we got this funding, that would have paid for itself. That was the idea. It's been a couple of years. We haven't seen an actual return. You know, there is other times where they're testifying in favor or in opposition of something, especially, you know, something as big as the tax on, you know, food and things along those lines, the right-of-way bill that ended up passing, that now we would have to pay Spectrum or AT&T if we wanted to move a line for a road project. There's a lot of things going on at City Hall, down in Jefferson City. I guess it would be a question to the council too. You know, I know he provides those reports of tracking legislation that is not all of it is as impactful. He tries to include a couple things that are like, this is most impactful. We include that in the CA report during session. If that's not if that's not beneficial, I think, first of all, we need to get back to him and say this needs to be reformatted, and to make it beneficial to the council to get interactive and to ask this generally. I mean, the contract typically goes up and gets reviewed in December, so he's gonna be coming up anyways. We can have him in admin.
Question last year, we decided, oh, let's go ahead and do it another year. Mr. Van Eck, your hand is up.
Okay, yeah, I love what you were saying, Ed. And you know, there's got to be a look at, you know, a return on investment, basically, and cost effectiveness of what we're doing. And I'm not sure where we are on that. I have my questions and my doubts and concerns, and we just need to look at this further, I'm sure. So that's all I had to say.
Great, thank you.
I don't think there's gonna be any watershed erosion funds coming anywhere in the near or distant future, so I'm not sure what else a lobbyist can do for us. You know, I don't know where they can help us out or get us some funds, but
When you have, in my experience, when you have a good rep and a good senator, they stay on top of stuff for you. John Grisheimer, when he was our senator, man, he called once or twice a week and said, what would this do to affect City Wildwood? I said, well, that's not good. He said, okay. He said, and that was it. He just pushed the stuff down.
Yeah.
But he was over the municipal arm of the Senate. And we were his biggest city. But it really worked well for us. But, you know, he's long gone and other people in there. So I think you kind of have to look at it and figure out what are some of those things. And I know the municipal league tries really hard to get the stuff laid out on the table. And but then even being able to set it up, I mean, that's where if you had somebody doing communication stuff, when they say, let your senators and your state reps know, we should be able to bulletin something and send it from 16, 17 elected officials to at least get their attention. I mean, that's one of the advantages. Same with the municipal league. We do have 17 members, which is bigger than most other cities.
That could be done. It would have to be done almost through like a motion at a council meeting to get the full body of the council. But if there was a motion that was approved to approve a statement, we could technically pass that on as testimony. And the one thing I would say is beneficial is if we could start unlocking that for different issues that hopefully he would pull out, which he does, you know, I see him to come in each week during session. But if he was able to pull those out and then the council could act and give a statement, and then he goes and testifies and translate it, you have to be there in person to do the testimony and actually get recorded down in these public hearings. I think that would be beneficial. I just don't know if it's.
I just think all those things should be looked at.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
agree.
the days of the lobbyists before being there to, you know, take them out for drinks and stuff, I think those days are long gone. That is true. But I think we also have opportunities to use technology to our advantage too. And I think that works at a lot of different levels, so. Welcome.
Hey, guys.
One question, she win?
They did. They won their last
Alright,
one.
That's good.
It's a good game.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lee, under your admin budget?
Nothing too crazy under the admin budget, just wanted to point out, so we will look in that. For right now, do we want to, is it okay to keep that cost until the evaluation's done? I know we'll be reviewing that agreement with that individual in December. So that said, this could happen concurrently, or we could have them at the next meeting too, while we're doing some research on the side to see if, I think it's.
I think we need to pull some stuff together and then decide whether we want to have him come in to tell us why we should do it that way. Joe, we were just talking about our lobbyists. Should we re-sign up or should we say, no, we're not going to do it? What aren't we getting or what are we getting? So that's what we unfortunately spent the last 15 minutes on, and
Well, I'm glad I missed that part.
I know, I could tell, like I said, a little weepy eyed.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go, so now you want to go to the clerk?
Yes, that's, can I get a motion to have these expenditures proceed as part of the full budget review? That's gonna be, can we get that motion?
Yeah, do you want to do them individually?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, we could do it, I guess we could do it.
I thought we maybe.
Yeah, that's
look at
fine.
especially the ones that very few dollars involved in it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay,
everybody,
How many total would there be? I don't know.
there's like 5.
there's 4 departments. Yeah, administration covers admin, city clerk, municipal court, and then public works for departmental expenditures. They also reviewed the capital improvement sales tax fund and the 5-year capital fund with road and bridge as well. So there's a couple items, but road and bridge and I think capital, I'd recommend treating separately.
Yeah, so at this point, we're just gonna do the department ones that we had in yours, and then we'll
Yeah.
go to the capital stuff. So the next one you had was for clerks, and we went from 317, 367 to 320.
Yes, so the.
Bear.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is very fair. That said, quite frankly, the city clerk role, I mean, it doesn't necessarily, they use a lot of the tools that admin has, I mean, the supplies there on our side of the building. That said, the big difference here is that the current role is coded under the city clerk account, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's gonna be the future of the position. We had a deputy city clerk position, and we ended up, once we had our deputy city clerk turn into the city clerk, we're now looking at that position as, could it be the deputy portion be filled in by more of an administrative assistant to the Department of Administration and city clerk? So it'd be more of an admin to the admin, and city clerk office. So that said, it is included in the city clerk budget, for another position. So there's technically 2 vacancies, 2 seats empty up in the admin department right now. And that's where you're seeing that increase from. So that's the biggest change. Other than that, we did reduce one account. This does cover things like if the council wants to go to the annual municipal league conference, it covers the trainings, things like that the council wants to participate in. I think it's important to have those available. The memberships to the Missouri Municipal League, it's not getting cheaper. Those are the biggest expenditures in this account. I mean, it's really Missouri Municipal League, the St. Louis Metro Mayors Association, SLACMA, a couple different organizations that we pay our memberships, but that's really it. And then Muni Code, of course.
So I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna turn it back to you.
Sure.
So I guess my question would be is, and I just love you back and look, the role of the city clerk was much greater than what we have Colleen doing. I mean, for years, we had the city clerk fill in as a city administrator. So I mean, you get hit by a bus tomorrow, the city clerk was the person who would be the fill-in for this, the actual administrator. And there's guidelines in the charter and other positions as to what they can and can't do. But I just think to me that we took the position that Colleen's right now, and we've downgraded it to just being more of an administrative person. I believe she needs help because if we can't get agendas out 2 days earlier, we're all in deep doo-doo. I don't know how I don't have to work, but it took me all day reading this and then trying to print it. I wish somebody said, oh, we're gonna print it all out. But to have this stuff earlier, we could make these meetings, I think, I'm not trying to cut the meetings back, but when we're down to 1 meeting a month, we've got agendas that are way, way, way too big to get any good discussion about it. So back to the Colleen's position, if we can't get agendas out, it used to be Wednesday, then was supposed to be Thursday. Now we're coming in at 6 o'clock on a Friday night. Anybody who's coming in for a public hearing has a real legitimate concern because they don't hear about it till the offices are closed on Friday and they're supposed to show up Monday night for a public hearing. I just think we as a city should do better than that. I don't think that if we can't get the stuff ready for the meeting, then we shouldn't be holding up the agenda. And this isn't, I mean, over the years, we said, look, if you want it on the agenda, the mayor's gonna look at it at 2 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. It's locked down. You don't come running in Friday and say, hey, I want to add this one more ordinance. Again, we used to do it twice a month. So, but you weren't waiting to the last minute. And there's a lot of stuff that we do have a calendar time frame for now. Performance reviews. those are on a really tight schedule too, but when we only have one meeting a month, that even compresses us more to try to get the stuff done, because you're gonna want to move that forward the next meeting, and we haven't got stuff out there yet. So all I'm saying is I just kind of think that to try to get more help for you, I'm not exactly sure bringing it and making this deputy clerk more of a administrative person. Maybe we just need to redefine what those roles are and what we want them, what they should be doing in order to do it.
We can retain, I mean, it is in the city clerk budget. I mean, we can retain the deputy city clerk role. And I agree that, the agenda's gonna be out sooner, right? We're working on that, and that I will take full from that too. So that said, I mean, we can keep it there. That's why I kept it in this budget in the first place. It was
Those are
kind of-
just my 2 cents worth.
No, it's fair criticism.
I just think that when you have people gonna come in for a public hearing, they shouldn't, and we can say, well, we posted it in the vestibule at 4:30. I mean, they also have an opportunity to decide, are they gonna be prepared, or what's the city's position on this stuff? We used to do that by Wednesday. If they didn't like it, they could, they had a chance to come back and try to change it. We don't have to do it the way we used to do things. I'm just saying it just seemed to be a heck of a lot more predictable. Instead of just waiting to see, or as we see so often, you have 15 days to accept this. Well, if we don't have a meeting for 38, you don't really you're not really following through on what I think people's expectations are. That elected us to be in office. So that's just I just think that the role that and the stuff that she's trying to do, and then but she has a good idea of what the deputy clerk did. So I don't know for sure, but I just think that there's two valuable positions there. Are we getting the best out of the two people? So.
Fair point.
Yep, Mr. Mabry.
Question for Mr. Lee. There had been a grand amount of contracts with what I saw as intentionally last minute, almost too late, information coming in on the repetitive changes, modifications, deconfusions, reinterpretations of definitions regarding North Latitude 38. And it made me think that the developers, proposers are using a tactic of big word obfuscation intentionally to really panic the council into erratic decision-making, or it's, as Mr. Delaney says, kick down the can in another month. I sensed that with Colleen. I sensed it with the city clerk before. They're not gonna give up. They're gonna consume themselves. And I see some overtime numbers that, by the dollars don't mean anything to me, but when I see a number that says overtime has gone up 901%, 900% of anything going up 3 years.
That number's off because that didn't include, that number is taken from this year's estimated, and we didn't have a deputy city clerk for the majority of the year, so that number is off.
Okay.
So what we're seeing there.
900%.
Yeah, 900% is based off overtime for 2 folks versus 1, so that would be, if you add another person, that should have explained. So
I just sense that, if I'm the only one in the room, I'll be glad to be the only one in the room, but I'm not gonna say that I don't see it. The employees here are consuming themselves and they don't quit. They don't say, I'll catch that tomorrow. They'll stay until 6 o'clock on Friday night. You're not supposed to get something out that should have gone out on Wednesday. So it isn't changing job descriptions. It isn't changing protocols. It's changing their workload, which means that their workload fits what humans can do. And it's, I've been quiet, but I don't like seeing our employees consuming themselves. And there isn't a single city employee that I've noted as slacking. Their little green check mark is on their thing when it's not supposed to be, on the email thing. I don't know what that's supposed to be called. But there's never been a time I've called off hours and not gotten a reply, whether it's just a text or email reply. So another 2 cents, Mr. Marshall, is all I'm offering, exactly as you stated. That's the problem to fix, not a budget.
Yeah.
Mr. Vanek.
I know I probably come up with a lot of crazy ideas, but bear with me. Just curious, I'm not too familiar with colleges in Missouri, and if there's very many universities with degrees in public administration, but hiring interns perhaps could relieve a little bit of our workload for city staff. We probably wouldn't have to pay, healthcare costs for those people, and is there any thought or any, has this been done in the past in Wildwood? Is it something that we could look to do in the future? I don't know. You tell me.
We've done, there's a big difference between paying the intern and not. If, as a city government, if we do not pay the intern, then we're technically not allowed to assign them work. We can only have educational opportunities provided to that person. We have done that with the Rockwoods Partners in Education. I personally mentored 2 individuals over the course of a summer, but it's more so assigning, just having them look at stuff and kind of have a new, fresh perspective, talking with different folks at the city and help them understand if this is a career for them. That said, if we wanted to pay an intern, the question I would have is, how long are you planning on being with us? If it's only for 6 months, then by the time they understand our internal approval processes and how the workflow moves, they would be out the door. If it's someone that would be going through a master's program at SLU or something along those lines, and they wanted to stick around, do part-time for 2 years, that could be an attractive option. It would be an ROI, but there would be some ROI there. That said, if it's anything less than 6 months, it almost takes 6 months for someone to really get caught up to speed with, if they're assigned to a certain committee or if they're assigned to a certain item that is day to day, it takes a second to get up. But that's something we could definitely look into. I mean, we can kind of reach out to some of the master's programs. The main thing is just longevity. If we can at least get 2 years with some maybe guarantee that, hey, that person may fill in and have a role in the future too, that I think would be helpful. It's more so if we know there's an exit date attached to them. There may also be some inclinations, hey, maybe we don't, some folks, with a tough workload, training an individual when you're already stretched then can be, you got to justify the means. If it's a permanent employee, you're saying, oh yeah, this person's going to eventually, once I teach them, be able to take this load away. If that person's going to be gone in 6 months, and there's a return, but I think we'd have to have more staff up front to be able to onboard those folks correctly. Yeah.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So I mean, I know you're speaking probably more from your perspective, but from the public works perspective, I think there's a number of cities who do hire interns during the summer, paid interns, and usually they're engineering students. They can provide some pretty good expertise and help over the summer months, which quite frankly, it's when we really need the help. So I think I would be very open to that in the future if we could ever cobble together a few bucks to do it. It's always been difficult as of late to come up with monies to do that because our budget is so tight. But if we could do it, especially with Destin using GIS, there's a whole world of data collection that we could do with an intern or maybe 2 over the summer months. So I just wanted to share that. It's a little bit different perspective.
We've talked about that before. The one that really gets me is that paying a consultant $80,000 to take samples for concrete testing. And I know, but I mean, that during that time period, that's got to be something that there's got to be another option to, because you look at what you're billing out, most of those hours are administrative hours, like at $30. The actual engineering qualifications at $45 or something is a very small portion of that. I'm not saying we can solve it today, but I kind of agree with what Rick said. I think there are a lot of things. Our problem is we're so used to doing full-time people. We're not looking at it to say, how could you put that stuff in different buckets and who could be doing more things? I mean, I think those economic packets are great, but are we being the most efficient in having Ruth try to do those if there's something else she could be doing? I don't know. I mean, those are all just opportunities to look at.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yes.
If you could remind me, please. How much reserve do we have?
Reserve do we have?
As a city, what's our reserve budget currently? Like how much
I
money
don't
is
have
sitting
the
in?
exact number, but I know we have to keep 125, 1.25.
We have to have 25% in operating contingency. We have approximately $18 million in operating reserves.
it down.
Well, I was gonna,
This is,
next time is, so far, we've talked about $33,000 increase.
so
And we've been at it for quite some time.
what I would say, and I'm just gonna keep so many ways we wanna use it, harping on this. There are a million ways that we wanna use it, but the reality is, you know, there's a couple different things here. Like I would suggest this. I know, you know, when I started on the council, we had 2 meetings a month. If I remember right, we also had 2 committee meetings a month. I literally felt like I was in this building every day.
Yeah.
And while there is benefit to that, there's also a cost to that when it comes to the staff and things like that. That being said, I find it just a little weird that we've cut our number of meetings in half, but we still have the same problem getting agendas and things put together, regardless of how many items there are on them. That, like, I feel like a lot of times as a city, we make a choice. So in this case, we chose to go from 1 meeting to 2 meetings. Okay, but then we don't change any of the other stuff that goes along with it. And that just creates breaks all over the place. So like, you know, I would say with the city clerk's budget, if we go with this budget, is that money locked into a deputy city clerk, or is that just an amount of money that is sitting on the budget somewhere?
That is locked into a city clerk role, you know, it could be.
Someone
it's
in
the-
that-
That they will report to the city clerk.
Vicinity.
A deputy city clerk.
And does it have to be it can be for any amount of money up to that amount, but
Yeah, it's
not,
about $60,000.
okay.
For
Like-
the salary.
Like, to me, I think that we are at a place where we need to get some Band-Aids out and put some Band-Aids on some of these issues, and then sort of reconfigure how a lot of this stuff goes, because, you know, we've spent, over the last few years, we've spent an inordinate amount of money on cost share projects. Not to say that they're bad projects, they're just super expensive. We've spent less money than we should, in my opinion, on our staff. We've hired good people that have left for a variety of reasons. You know, in my old job, if we were talking about $30,000, it's not that that's an insignificant amount of money in a lot of places, but $30,000 in our city budget is a pretty insignificant amount of money, am I correct? So from a treasurer standpoint, what's a significant amount of money that we should be talking about?
Significant amount of money from our balance.
Like, if we're looking at, like, so I used to do this when I would sit down with my managers and things, and I would say, hey, we need to figure out, we need to move some money around, we need to figure some things out. Or I would have this conversation with my wife when we were young, and she would be like, we gotta cut Netflix, and I'd be like, you think saving $12 is gonna help us right now?
Yeah.
This is not the problem that
I
we
gotta
have.
be an actor.
Right.
I can't do this.
Come on. So like $5,000 here, $30,000 there, of course, that all adds up. But like, you know, when we got hit with a possible $200,000 enhancement on the police contract, that was cripplingly bad news. We're taking machetes to things. So is it $200,000? Is it $75,000? Like, what is the number where it's like,
For this year, it's 59,500.
okay, so
Well, but, exactly, so for years and years, I would run variance reports in all these different departments. If it were over 10% or $1,000, I need an explanation, otherwise, just keep going.
right.
And so it could be both ways, but if something pops out, you probably had either miscoding back in the days where it was coded, or you just didn't have the budget in the right categories. But what the same thing I was just gonna say is for these 3 categories that you've given us, I'll make a motion that you move them forward with the dollars and backup you have now.
Yeah.
To the next stage. And then at the same time, try to go back and see if some of these bigger issues. I also think we should get into the reserve and take care of some of these things that futuristically are gonna eat our lunch.
Yep.
And I know that that's been controversial, but as long as I've been around here, I think the biggest mistake we ever made is we can't spend that because that's more than we, well, when we came in, we had $1 million in the budget. And now we're sitting there saying, well, we can't afford to do that.
Right.
And you're not gonna increase that, you know, it's not gonna get any bigger, but any of those things that we have in here that we could move that money over, whether watershed stuff or any of the other improvements. Cause you're never gonna go get more money from the taxpayers as long as you're sitting on reserves like we have. I mean, that's silly. And I don't think we would move it forward that way, but we can't be stupid enough to let dollar opportunities walk out the front door because we think that the citizens are gonna really appreciate the fact we saved them a half a cent on gas tax. It just doesn't make sense, but you know, that it depends on where you're coming from on that, but I would be happy to make a motion for these categories we've reviewed so far, that we move forward with those to the next budget step.
That'd be acceptable.
Anyone want to second that?
All right, seconded by Mr. Albers. All right, all those in favor of pushing these forward, please say aye.
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 Anyone disagree? I don't think so. Any abstentions? Okay. Yes, sir.
When would we have that kind of discussion about the?
So that's the thing I was just gonna say. So I think what I would suggest, and we, you know, I guess since I'm the chair of the committee, at least for a few more months, we can do this once this budget gets passed. You know, we've had this conversation long enough about how much are we gonna keep in the reserve and what are we gonna do for this and how are we gonna do that? I think it is time that we really do need to start having some very real conversations about the reserve, about structurally, you know, what is important to us as representatives of the city. You know, I don't think, I think it would be crazy in municipal work, having not done it professionally. Like, I don't know that people get the big bonuses. You can't do bonuses, I know, but you can't do the big raises and things like you do in the private sector. But, you know, I think it is patently unfair to be able to go, well, we can afford a 3% raise this year and 2.8% of that is a cost of living adjustment. That's just not how, I mean, I would leave a job if that's what was happening, or I wouldn't, you know, if I had a better opportunity, I would take it. And so I just think from a city perspective, we need to say, what are the things that are important to us? And we need to kind of reconfigure how we look at this budget thing. Cause I know Tom and these guys have been killing themselves for weeks here, putting this thing together. They do every single year, but we always also, I mean, we did a great work, I think, with our tiers and figuring these things out this time. That was a big step, but I think we need to do something along those lines as a budget as a whole to say, you know, the first thing we should be caring about, obviously, is providing for our citizens, but a big part of that is the people that do the actual work. It isn't really us. So I think what we do after we get through this budget process is that is what our focus becomes, is figuring out those things. Yes, sir.
So I would love to make a motion, if somebody would back it up, that we ask the city administrator and the department heads, if you were to come up with dollar amounts that are smart dollars that we'd be paying towards something that we're gonna have to repair in the future. Stormwater stuff. Do we need $500,000? And if so, what are we going to do for that $500,000? So it's just not putting money in a budget to wait and see what it is. If it's certain road improvements or bridge improvements that we need to do something now to get it done, let's look at those things that are outside that routine of just routine maintenance stuff and say, what can we do that will save money down the road, that would be a good investment to use some of that reserve for that? I mean, I know 20 years ago, we said, well, let's get Anniversary Park built and then we'll get trails and we'll go get park tax money. Well, all we did is put more money in the reserves. You know, we went for a couple $1 million up to 17 or whatever. So that's not a good strategy. And I think that if we could have the staff and you guys look and say, here are some things that we think are priorities. And we don't have to wait till the next meeting, have them put it together and give it to Tom and say, you know, we're looking at it, it's 1.6 million. Or it's because once you do get to the budget, there's a little tiny thing in the charter that says you can't go over the revenues coming in. So we need to take the proper steps to figure out how that would be positioned so that it doesn't violate the charter in order to do that. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mabry.
No, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I'm just saying, I would make a recommendation that we have the department heads and Thomas put together and if Tony wants to help. I mean,
yeah,
I just think that we need to come back and somebody say, okay, here's what we think would give us some breathing room. But at the same time, invest good money, not just making something disappear off the list for 1 year.
Right.
We talking about reserves and about efficient use of funding. We're gonna get the money, whether it's from reserves, but it sounds like that's the only place to get it now. And we talked around staffing, we talked around smart governance with the right head count, the right positions. And I feel we got betwixt and befuddled amongst ourselves. When do we talk about, what group talks about either helping or making the city staff come up with a plan to devise their vision of the perfect city staff? I don't know how that's been done, whether we say and blame the city administrator, Tom, go do it, and come back when you're done and tell us how much it costs, and we're probably gonna have to take it out of reserves. That's one logic flow diagram. What group, what committee that I don't know about is the one that says, we're not staffed properly, we're behind head count, we got the wrong job descriptions in the wrong people's hands? What committee is that?
You're sitting on it.
Okay, good, accidentally good. I didn't even know that I could be that lucky. When are we gonna have that knocked down?
That, I think that's what I'm talking about. So after we do this budget approval, which is just a laborious process every year, that's what we need to do. So it's, I think what Ed's idea is great, and I think it's the same, it's all the same thing. It should say, you know, that's why earlier I said, how many people do we think we're down? Well, we think we're down 5 people, okay? I don't work on the staff every day, but I think we're down more than that. And I don't know how much any of that costs. So we should figure those things out because, you know, we do have an outsized reserve, but that reserve has been built by, in my opinion, not maintaining things properly, not hiring people appropriately. So it's not actually a reserve.
It's pretty self-inflicted.
Supposed to be spending that money on other things and you just choose not to. That, in my opinion, that is just as bad financial management as it would be if we had no money. We blew it all on, you know, hot air balloon rides for everybody in town.
If we're making it easy, Mr. Lee, to carry the motion to run with all the papers and numbers you've assembled, because it sounds like that's, we're saying, give them free rein, run wild with all the work you've already put in. We're not gonna try and second guess you. How soon before the end of the year, when we have to pass a budget, can we have this knockdown and come up with, now that he doesn't have to work on this so hard, how do we allow him and his staff to come up with the perfect perfect city staff, and then tell us what those, what that wish list is gonna cost, and we decide whether to take that money out of reserves, because that's the only place we're gonna get the money, and authorize that in next year's budget, because we decided that since there's nowhere to go except the reserves, that's where we're going, and we're gonna do it because we're gonna do it. We're gonna not wait fiscal year 27 or 28 to do what we should be doing before the end of this calendar year.
I mean,
Paul Arter,
yeah, I don't know that they can get that done in the next,
who's they? Again, Tom.
or any of us can get that
Well,
done
if we're
appropriately in the
not
next.
second guessing all his numbers here, does that free you up to?
You only got 4 departments, so you got all the admin stuff still to go.
That's what we
It's
have.
a lot.
I don't
I mean,
have a feeling we've talked about any yet.
I would, Tom and I had a little bit of this conversation earlier. I would kind of look at this as, you know, like, I am a fan of moving things quickly. I have learned, to my great chagrin, most of the time in this position, that is exceedingly difficult to do with anything. So I would almost say, what I don't want to do, well, I want these things done quickly. I don't think it is a good idea to rush these things in a way either. But I also don't think we want to just keep kicking this can the way that we have for
Take a bite of it.
the last 5 years. And so my thought was, you know, we can suggest to our staff, hey, let's get these things put in place, and then we can start to figure out timelines to do it. Like, for an example, it gets weird, budget time gets weird, then we got a period of time where seemingly nothing happens. Then it's election time, then you got new people that come in, and we got to get new people up to speed on things, and it just sort of is this like cycle that goes forward. So what I would suggest, the best thing that we can do is to get this budget thing put together, give our staff the directive and the freedom to figure out, you know, from a staffing situation, what should this look like? From a project standpoint, what should this look like? And then we can all get into a room and have, you know, a knockdown drag out, maybe like we're doing with the budget thing here in another, you know, whatever it is, week or two. where it's like, let's start to have this conversation, because one of the things that winds up happening is each one of us represent our wards in different ways. We all have our own little priorities and things like that. And so sometimes we just get focused on that stuff and we sort of drift on these other things until all of a sudden we have these numbers staring us in the face. I think, and I don't know, Ed, if you'll disagree on this, but like, I think we're closer than we've ever been at trying to get this thing right, but it does feel like we've been pushing this boulder up the hill for.
And I do think, I did read it all today, but this is the best budget presentation I've seen put together.
By far.
You cut a third of the words out, but I'm okay. I mean, I just think that it takes that type of stuff. Oh, okay, that's a good point. So I think that the work that's going into it's really well, but I do think we need to take it to another level to try to figure out how, and again, it isn't something you do overnight. Part of it is how do you position that? And then if you identify those things, then they can come out of the operating budget.
And I think that, as what you're talking about, I mean, having this discussion about staff org, I mean, I think it would be important potentially to have, I'd be very interested, first and foremost, to have just discussions with the staff, hey, don't think about the numbers, but think about, what things are those little boiling points that take you away from the main priorities, and then start putting them on a list to then, quite frankly, what you'll do is you'll start creating job descriptions. That said, maybe there's something where those individuals can either, have a meeting with myself, the directors, or they can have a meeting with the whole council. Maybe it's like a work session setup where, honest dialogue is started after a report is generated or something along those lines. I do think budget's a little tough, but I think same time, it's a good time to talk about it.
Well, I mean, we gotta have the conversation. I mean, I think, it's not a fantasy conversation. We gotta have it. So, obviously, we're not paying somebody $800,000 a year to work for the city. So, but I think if we are continually understaffed the way we are, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. Because you guys, Mr. Mabry's right. You guys are gonna burn out. Just us talking here is gonna burn you out.
I think it would be.
I'm burned out right now.
Here we go.
When you talk about the additional positions, I think it would be helpful if any of those responsibilities would save us from having to go out and hire someone else that we've had contracted to do it. I mean, I know we're not talking about mowing lawns or whatever, but some of the management things or the consulting fee, like that would help understand too, like, hey, if we had this position and we were paying this person decent, we wouldn't have had to maybe do this and this, and that would have justified that cost right away and kept it all in-house.
Mr. Ellis.
Tom, do you have an organizational chart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be in the budget. But I can send that to you right
No,
now.
I was just gonna suggest that might be a good way to project the new responsibilities, or positions you need, and it'd be kind of illustrated, where the gaps are.
Isn't it on the website?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the website, you
Okay.
can go to say, and it'll show you how it breaks down. But I kind of think what you're saying would be good is if you have one where it's an empty position,
Right.
in a different color.
Yeah.
And then you can.
Or a new position.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You use that to create the new positions, empty positions, like you said, but.
Mr. Vanek.
Yeah, another idea. Sorry. But perhaps there are times during the year that a temp service could be used and might be beneficial for short periods of time I'm not sure what role that would take, or, do you, Mr. Lee, see any use in that type of service that, that would help the people on the city staff, get through these crunch moments? I don't know.
I mean, I think I could see that. I'll defer to Rick if there's something special in the engineering field, if there's like temp organizations that are able to provide and fill those roles. I mean, I think if we're looking at something like maybe we want to replace or cut down costs on contractors cutting grass, and that temp service can provide you with flat fee worker. I think we've actually ironed out some decent things with our mowing, but like some manual labor type thing, I think that could help in the summertime where we see a ton of extra work. But I'd actually be interested in more from the day-to-day. From an admin side, I wouldn't necessarily see it because you need that person either.
Pre-specialized.
Yeah, you just need that person to really sit down with you and if you don't spend that time with them, they're not gonna know what they're doing in some regards. And then if you do spend that time, and then they leave, you will catch yourself second guessing, you know, gosh, they really put in a lot of time in that teaching that individual X, Y, or Z. But I mean, you know, that said, other departments may have different needs, which I'd like to maybe go back and get some input from the whole staff, see if there's some holes to fill there.
Yes, sir.
I think we're in some departments.
Something you said. Took a second to sink in. If we pushed along the paper that's been put together and it's including 3/4 of 1% merit increase and the rest of the budgeted or what we're telling them is the allowed is all just 3% cost of living. That ain't right. So how do we say cushion or sweeten the pot? How are we gonna protect the staff from only being allowed to get 3 3/4%? That's what's stuck in here, and not be allowed to draw from a larger pool based on merit. Saying, well, I'm sorry, your merit is the same 3/4% after cost of living, that the person doesn't deserve an exemplary escalation. So do we need to add something, a 5% maximum buffer to something so that?
That's when we add when you add like a maximum buffer, like a 5%, I will have to calculate it as unless there's an absolute guarantee that an individual will not get that, which will show them that in the budget. We typically would have to budget for each department, I guess, could do it differently, but we have to budget for what the worst case scenario is.
That's what I'm saying.
Or in this case, the best case scenario.
Yeah, that would be the best, well, sorry.
The best
I
case
didn't
for the
mean-
staff.
Yeah.
I bet
That
it
doesn't
will.
mean you have to give every staff the same merit. Or
No, you could do it differently by department. You could calculate it out and kind of,
But you did the stuff by individual. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know how. to
very
do it.
weird.
well, you do performance evaluations based on the individual, but for
That's not a
department,
merit increase.
it's worked into a total. That's what you're seeing on the page today is
I
that.
just don't think that if the total number for cost of living and merit increase is 3.75, I don't even know what the number is. It could be 6, it could be 3 or 2.
Yeah, so we
Whatever
talked
it
about
is.
So this number in here, is that including cost of living or no?
That is including a 2% total increase, 1.5 COLA, cost of living, and then 0.5.
Looking for 2% next year.
That's why I'm calling this out today is this, we've got problems.
We got problems.
And this is including that 2%.
6%.
Yes.
Corporate America went to that years ago. Everybody went to 3%. It was just,
I get 3% just for cost of living on social security, and I don't even work.
well,
So unless I'm totally wrong, the council determines the salary increase for the city administrator and the clerk.
That's correct.
Yeah.
The money dollars that we as council give the city administrator, he is responsible for how that is given among the employees. There's no flat increase across the board. It's based on performance. And so you'll have some that are not up doing their job. They may not get an increase. So that's the way I think.
Yeah,
that we've
I
always
feel like
done.
we've always said, I think the conversation has always been, there was a conversation where it was even, are we gonna offer a cost of living adjustment, which was insane. And then, but yeah, it is just here's an amount of money you, Thomas, can do.
For not for Thomas and for Colleen, but for everybody else.
So we give him a budget pocket to be able to mess around with. We just have to free up that amount of money.
Is there enough time to keep all your employees hired?
Right now, there's enough to, if everyone were to, let's just say everyone were to get a 2% raise, that's what there's enough for.
2% raise or 2% plus 3% cost of living.
1.5 cost of living and then 0.5 for
Everybody
American.
knows cost of living this year is gonna be 3.5.
Cost of living at the CPIU is 2.7% this year. And then a recommended adjustment would be about 4.1 total. Is the allocation that a lot of other municipalities involved. And that said, if we were to implement those types of numbers, we will be very much in the red. That's the reality.
Why do you build a piece of paper that automatically you know is gonna put you in the red before we approve it?
Because we have
Well,
to do this before the year end.
Yeah.
We can go.
Welcome to
month
city
before
government.
last year's budget. Yeah.
I'm just not getting.
So you got a
We
motion,
wanna pass this.
Well, so we have,
a motion for those three categories.
Yeah, so I would.
Move that forward to the next budget step.
So you wanna think about this too, Bob. It does not stop here, this just moves it to the next step. So we have between now and the end of the
Two
year.
meetings.
Well, it'll be
We have,
three,
we have
because
a
we have an
work
extra
session,
one in
but-
there, and there can always be another one if it's necessary. To get the budget thing ironed out. So usually the way that this works is we'll agree to this stuff, Parks and Planning, everybody agrees to their components. And then we all get together and we yell at each other for a while.
We yell at their numbers and they yell at
They yell at
ours.
I did this last year and I didn't understand any of the process.
Yeah.
As a newbie.
Your fault then.
Exactly right. I don't want it to be our fault this year. And we know what the economy is. We know that whatever crazy number, 2% or 3% or 0.5%, those numbers are not, those are ludicrous. So those numbers, those ludicrous numbers are in here and we've approved a motion to have you work on these numbers. We just gave you a bad action to work on. And we have a chance in this meeting to do something about it instead of saying we got 2 or 3 more meetings.
I can bring back what it looks like, and I had this version available. I can bring back what it looks like to do it at the rate that would be recommended, but it's going to put the number further in.
We need to know that.
Yeah, but that's.
I know, and that's fine. I
That's
just,
up to us to figure out.
I know, and that's why today I wanted to kind of present this as, hey, red lights, but I need you guys to tell me to do that.
Do that.
I can't present a
We need
unbalanced,
another motion.
yes,
Okay. Mr. Mark.
let's go ahead.
We need a different motion.
So Tom would like, he's gently requesting to bring back a different version of the salary number that would be in the red, but what he feels would be the appropriate adjustments to the staff.
That's fine.
That is fine.
And can we know that in time to be able to make?
It'll be
Action
yes.
that we will take money.
Yeah,
out
you
of
can
the
send that in an
reserve?
email, right?
Yeah, well, that would be, I
That'd
mean,
be
that
cool.
said, I plan on distributing, getting some feedback this week, but I was planning on distributing this in I guess it will be separate document too, Friday. We have everything ready to
We
go.
have another week before this meeting.
Yep.
Can the 26 budget include what you're going to provide for us on Friday so that we can already budget it from the reserves, which is the only place on earth we know how to get stuff. It's gonna be $1 million taken out of the reserves of 13 million. It's gonna be $500,000 taken out of the 13 million. It's gonna be some number of hundreds of thousands of dollars to cover this worst read story. But it's gonna all happen for the budget that gets approved on the end of November or something. We're already gonna know that we've already taken X number of dollars out of reserves instead of doing a whole lot of things and then worrying about how to do this after 26, which will mean we'll be doing this at the end of 26 or 27. We're gonna lose a year and we already know we need to take it out of reserves. We can't sell used trucks, that's not gonna make it, so reserves is the only place we're gonna get it.
No, the reserves are for additional,
To you too, Joe, getting.
not for merit increases.
I mean, the reserves are for what, anything you want,
I don't
basically.
think we need the reserves for getting the right merit increases for the staff right now.
What if it's $2 million?
I don't, it's
No,
not
it's
that.
not gonna be.
It's not
Okay,
that.
so what if it's $1 million?
It-
Now laugh at that.
it
What if
isn't.
It's
It-
$500,000.
It
Whatever the
isn't,
number
it's
is,
six,
can't get
what is,
$1
what,
anywhere else.
what would it be, 6 to 8%, you know?
Well, and then not necessarily putting in at 6 to 8% either, but that said, I mean, I could do the math. It is a nice jump. I mean, the thing is, it's not just the employee's salary that goes into it. That's FICA. You're doing 7.65% of the
Right.
increase. You're talking pension that is a match on the actual amount that they're making. So that increase has to be compounded into it. Those costs do go up as well. So I mean, I'd have to do the math on it to do like a breakdown.
So
Here it is
what-
at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe then I would suggest this, because there's a couple other components to this, which is a little bit weird. So, whenever we're talking about like your increases or Colleen's or whatever, we get the number from the municipal league that's like, here's the average and here's where everybody fits and here's where everybody falls. We've got, I don't know, do our employees hit a cap at a certain point at a position? Okay, so like knowing those pieces of information helps to make a better decision because you know, we might be saying everybody gets 7%. They may not be able to get that.
And we have salary ranges at cap, so.
Yeah.
I know that they've not been updated, but we shouldn't.
Well,
ignore
the
fact.
salary ranges get updated, so there's two things there, very important to note. Salary ranges get updated each year per the COLA. That's where it gets updated, not the merit. So if somebody outpaces, they're here a long time and there's not another study, there is money set aside to have CBIZ go in and do a compensation study next year. So that is part of it where we would have new numbers identified based off the current market. That said, we can easily pull together the salary brackets for every position we have and provide that to you all.
I would use your recommendations and I guess the bigger issue is, I think we have some desperate work to do on the job descriptions before we bring CBIZ into the role.
Yeah.
I would get them cleaned up and look at what those new roles are, especially on so much of the administration and the technology stuff that you have. But I think it'd be kind of silly to do it the other way around. I'd clean up the job descriptions and then have CBIZ do it. And again, I used to get it from the municipal league all the time. They give a pretty good range on it. And so you can know what other city, usually we lose city employees to other cities. So you might as well know where their salaries are, and that's all public information.
Okay,
It is, it's actually on St. Louis Post-Dispatch. They have it. They publish it every year and they request ours.
And the municipal league should give it to you directly too, though, with more detail than what the.
Yeah, we can get that. I was just saying, in case anybody's listening, they can.
okay, so let's think about now how we want to configure this, because I do think we want to pass these things forward, but we want to give you the freedom on the salary range.
Yeah, I would say just as passing these three as is, but with the caveat that the salary range portion
Should be presented back with the alternative salary.
You're cool with that, Ed?
Yeah, that's. and I'll-
Cliff, you're cool with that?
Mhm.
Okay. All those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we got those moving. Next up, where are we at?
Dear.
We go.
Deer, does anybody want to make a motion to put the deer thing all the way at the bottom so Mr. Rambo can stay for the rest?
You feel bad? When you go to a meeting, you came for a purpose. I thought maybe you'd fill out a speaker card and we could let you weigh in on what they
I'm
don't
here
know.
as a scientist, so it's Dr. Rambo.
Dr. Rambo, we're moving on to the deer. Tom, you want to start or?
Yeah, I can start off and would be more than happy to have Dr. Rambo join in. Appreciate you being here today. I did want to just answer some of the questions that were brought up. I know I mentioned this briefly yesterday, but just answering some of the things that have been brought up at public comment. You know, it's not perfect science, but the city is not working off 2020 numbers. Each individual area that we've operated in, immediately after operations have ceased, we've sent not White Buffalo, but the Wildwood Police Precinct that have been trained with retired Sergeant Brad Windling leading their way down each and every road within that area over 3 different nights to do transects and then submit that data. That's what we've been using for updated information to show that the deer population, it has shrunk since the operations have taken place, but it's still showing a drastic amount over 20. It's not at 20, it's not even at 40 in some instances, unless on the low end. That said as well, yeah, I just wanted to also mention.
More than 6 that live in my front yard.
I can get you 6 any night in my backyard.
That's the thing too, is that we've had over, and it's taken a lot of work to reach outs to folks, send a lot of letters, but it's been worth it because we've had over 200 residents contact the city. Yes, only 60 properties were ended up used in the first 2 years. That said, out of that, over 200 reached out to the city, said, use my property. You can come on my property and, you know, cull the deer population. That's not that is the main, I wouldn't say that's the main message for me, because I'm the one who's making the call most of the time, is that resident is interested, but they're like, who is going to be here doing this? And if they don't feel like they can trust the individuals or people coming up there and they can't look them up and see, okay, you know, they're registered with MDC, they're a good organization, then it becomes a problem. And I just wanted to point that out up front because people are signing the ability to shoot firearms on their property. That is very serious. And we have to trust that that individual is trained, is qualified, and is there, you know, quite frankly, yes, they're being paid, but they're being paid to go into extremely dense subdivisions. And I call it strategically culling the deer instead of saying it's a managed hunt, because we've seen it, you know, in Greenfelder and other parks, they go in there and there's like 20 guys that go in, 20 guys and gals, and over 5-6 nights, they'll end up culling like 14 deer. we're calling 14 deer with 3 guys in one night. I mean, that's one site. So it's just a completely different ball field, if you will. I will say that and I want to let Dr. Rambo speak on this too, but I was gonna get.
You're doing fine.
Okay, well, just getting into next year's proposal, there is a slight adjustment that will be made and something we wanted to talk about tonight. White Buffalo's Ryan Rhodes been excellent to work with. He was going out of town. He did submit something to us with the understanding that we would most likely be making a modification. What we're currently proposing, and this was discussed at the MMPW meeting back in early summer, was that we would focus in a couple subdivisions, including Shepherd Oaks, which I'll be giving you a call. And then Wild Horse, where we've sent out some comms over in the Northeast 2 area. Northeast 1, there are a few spots. If we could get Manchi involved, that's always, I will just mention it. That would be very nice. We'd hope that they would participate because that's the area that still has quite a bit of density. But really, this new phase will be focused in on the SE1 region, which we are in, and it goes south to Old State Road. That said, the change that's not presented in the proposal tonight is that we've wanted to, those boundaries that we had prior, the 6 different boundaries, those were defined by roadways because you have to use the transects to be able to break up the population study. That said, we want to kind of hug 109 and Old State Road. That means you'll be including a small strip of land about 2.25 miles to the west of 109, all the way up from Old State to Wild Horse Creek Road, including those properties, and then also using about 0.25 miles south of Old State Road into the into the program area. What that's expected to do, though, is, I mean, they mentioned it today, one thing they were saying that is very much correct is most deer, the established deer do stay in the relatively same area. So if they are within 0.25 miles of the roadway, White Buffalo has a good understanding that they've confirmed that's a deer that could be hit by a car in the future. Old State Road, 109, those are clear areas. That said, that will most likely adjust the number of days they may need. So this is almost as a base, and then we'll be maybe increasing it. The other question that White Buffalo wanted to pose, which we are paying, and I just wanted to make this clear too, we are paying for their time here. So that said, our current target goal that is being used is 40 deer per square mile. I know it was mentioned it may have been shrunk down to 20. That is not the case. It's still using 40. We're using a recruitment number of 1.2 in our calculations to help establish what maintenance looks like. And that number is still double what MDC would recommend. So the question, I guess, tonight is, are we okay with this path? The idea is to go back and include those buffer areas and come back with a firm proposal, bring that to council. It shouldn't change the cost all too much, but it will kind of change the boundary. And then the secondary component is if we adjust the actual target density, that will that will most definitely change the cost. But it will also, you'll get a higher return on your investment over the term because we are simply paying for how many days they're here.
I'll just ask a clarification question
Yeah.
based on what they were talking about tonight. So they said in NE1, we're supposed to be 297 and NE2 is supposed to be 130, but in actuality it was 661. Is that right? Or how are they getting 6 deer instead of what we're saying is 20 or 40?
It's grade school arithmetic, right, it's, to jump right into that particular point. White Buffalo killed, let's say 330 deer in its 10 square mile area. The recruitment rate that Tom was suggesting, MDC, the latest one that I heard, Aaron Shank recommend from MDC was 1.6 recruitment rate, which means the population increases by about 80% from that baseline. So after the cull, if there's they killed 330 deer, there are 370 deer of those supposed 700 left, right? Well, if you multiply that times 1.8, you get up close to the 700 number, and then you cull again and knock them back down again, and then your recruitment rate brings them relatively close to the 700 number again. But the 1.2 fawns per deer recruitment rate is seems
At the
to be
conservative
the
level.
experience that White Buffalo is having. I have tried to stay in my lane because this is not my bailiwick. It's the admin and public works, but I kind of, keep my ear to the ground. And it seems like if you go through that math process for 2 years again with the White Buffalo's recruitment rates, we come up to like 37 to 40 deer per square mile, which is precisely what the count has given us. So the 6 deer per square mile is, okay, they killed 661 deer, not including any recruitment rate times 2, which was 2 years. Right. So that's where they're getting to that number. It's a completely erroneous number. I will say, I mean, it may have been well-intentioned, but it's not accurate. And there's every statement, it was, the reason I'm here, to be real honest, is my name was mentioned and it was BS, nonsense, BS, what the hell, BS, Rambo, nonsense, BS. And I don't like that. As a scientist, I'm an accurate sort of guy by nature, at least when I put my mind to it. And I made a list. I went through I've got better things to do with my time, to be real honest, but I went through the recording today and I wrote down every statement that was made by the 4 folks that spoke. And there was virtually nothing that was factually accurate. All the things that caused you to say, oh, I didn't know that. It's because it's not factual and that's why you didn't know it, right? And so what I'm intending to do, and I'm kind of skipping around here because I'm burnt out by the budget discussion.
Wait till we get to the deer stuff.
Yeah, but I was intending to offer that I will write up a 1 to 2 page public comment that's publicly available. It'll be done by Friday and it will address each of those questions in a pretty ironclad manner. And if I need to come back with references or whatever, because there's some pushback, I'd be happy to do that. But the good news is that I was a little bit surprised at the animosity last night, but there wasn't any tonight. So felt much better. But the bottom line is hunter assistance was a key part of the plan from the beginning. It's just that they can't go in and muck about where White Buffalo is doing their cull because they will kill onesie twosies and the deer get wise and they stay away from those areas.
That's why I wonder where he was talking about, if somebody's coming on his property, but no, he just wants to be able to go where he wants to hunt.
Yeah, and the idea that he sees mostly bucks, and at the same time, they're suggesting that White Buffalo is killing all the bucks.
Shoot all the bucks, yeah.
Right, so a lot of those things, it's emotion and passion, and yeah, these guys love hunting, but they're 2% of our population. The other 98% deserve the public safety protection that we're trying to provide and the other, the other things.
And they can hunt in the appropriate places.
Yes, yeah, and so the point was, the hunter community needs to step up to the plate and work with Wildwood to develop a program for maintenance so that we don't have to spend money for Northeast 1 and Northeast 2 while White Buffalo to go in there every year forever. But nobody has stood up. And the problem is the incentives just aren't there because they have to do the hunting. They have to give the meat to share the harvest, which is what we do. We've donated 10,000 pounds of meat last year, I think, to share the harvest. Good, nutritious meat that tastes nasty and I hate it and I'll die happy if I never eat another bite of it. But some of these guys love it. It's gourmet to them.
They donate to the zoo too.
Yeah, we donate to the wolf sanctuary.
There
like
wasn't, I guess
60
my concern is tonight, I just didn't want to get into that.
Yeah.
Because everything there said, we're doing most of that.
Yeah.
I mean, we are donating the food now, but
Right.
that's not what they wanted to hear.
No.
Right. And so I figured a document would be the appropriate place to do that. I'd encourage you guys to look at it because it'll be as accurate as I try to make everything. And if you have any questions, please run it by me. But the bottom line point here is those guys have a strong role to play if they're willing to play it. It's just that they can't keep the rack, they can't keep the meat. They have to kill, mostly does and so forth. And it's just a hassle for nothing and the incentive, of very few people want to do it. And archery hunting is notoriously
Hit and miss.
unreliable. Yeah. And there's all kinds of statistics that I can go into, but it would just be, not just offensive to the hunters that were just here, so I just assume not do
Hey,
it.
Rob,
Yes,
did you receive an email from an Adam Epstein at Saturday?
yeah, he was
Yeah,
here
we all
last
did.
night.
Okay, he was here. I understand that.
Uh.
Did you receive an email from him on Saturday at 9:49 AM? With a litany of the same thing that
Yeah.
they've been talking about, but this time it's all in writing. All of the diatribe and all of the malarkey and the silliness that we've all heard
Uh.
is in writing. Did you receive that email? And did you receive the email that both I've confirmed that Matt Trottier and I received? And has every other one of the 14 other council members received both of those two letters?
I got a brief letter from Mr. Epstein, and then I got two lengthy things from Tom Mitchell,
Okay,
including an attachment.
sounds like everybody was individually blanketed with these two.
Yeah, and
particular
they did
emails
that, they did it
that-
intentionally before the meeting.
Yes, of course. Now, what both Matt and I, we knew that we couldn't be just the only two because we happen to be in Northeast.
Yeah.
It had to be everybody individually. What Matt, an attorney, had told me was that they are building a case for expression of freedom of language or religion or something to be, and the wording, he says, that's very peculiar, not peculiarly, very specifically catered to lawsuit, cause of action type stuff. We're denying them their access to freedom of killing deer in America. So what Matt had recommended very strongly was that Mr. Lee take these two letters that are very well detailed and very carefully languaged. And then not only that, but something called minimum viable population, 137 kilobytes, which is a real rampage of weirdness.
Yeah,
for me.
and
I
there's nothing
gauge
there.
weirdness pretty
Yeah, there's
well.
nothing there.
We're providing an inbred gene pool. We're going to be decimating the herd that they will never recover, and we're going to go to zero deer population, and now we're going to have all the diseases come when you have no deer. It was just out of this world. So you sound like you're going to satisfy that admirably by having those two letters, going through and looking at them now with an attorney slant that I had honestly not gone at. Matt, you're right. That's really weirdly worded that we're denying them their American freedoms access guaranteed by the Constitution to go kill deer.
I don't think that has any legs, but I'm not the attorney. We can run what I'm gonna do past the attorney,
That's great.
which was a collation of the verbal comments last night. And I will combine that with the letters that you
That
are
Matt was so
referencing.
silly that both Matt and I were laughing over the phone.
Yeah, we can run
How do you
it by,
come up with
we
that
can,
kind of division if you even tried?
we can run it by our wonderful city attorney. And I can still have it done by Friday. It's all written up. It's just not formatted or whatever. I brought it in case I was, questioned about anything at any particular point. But yeah, they can either, cooperate with us and step up to the plate and do what they're saying they're gonna do. But if the deer are down to 6 per square mile in Northeast 1, white buffalo is gonna fall flat on his face, right? And so they won't be able to cull whatever number of deer that they're planning to cull. But we've got counts that say otherwise, and the counts match up with the arithmetic. It's not high-end math. This is not statistics or anything like that. It's just counting.
Rob, were you looking to have a meeting, propose a meeting?
I believe we should have a meeting to talk to these guys because they're residents. Most of them are a couple, one guy last night was St. Charles resident, he can go, yeah, whatever.
One guy who's with the archery group that's in Baldwin, he didn't show up last night. He'd been here for.
Yeah, he kind of gave up because he
Didn't even live in the city.
He was quite belligerent, but he finally saw the light and decided we're not susceptible to the kind of nonsense that he was spreading. And I didn't even roll out the big guns, which is that he's got a business to run, which involves beating the bushes for every archer that wants to hunt in Wildwood and charging them $300 for membership. And then he sets them on a stand somewhere. And, that's his business model, so he's got a vested interest, but archery is incompatible with culling, just because these guys bait for a couple weeks, come in and shoot an entire family unit, 6, 8, 10 deer, throw them on a flatbed and get them processed. An archer will stick one, maybe it'll die, maybe it won't, and the rest of them will scatter in fear, and they won't be back for a while, right? So it's just complete ridiculously inefficient way to manage the deer population. So I can carry on about that forever. I won't do it. I will honor that commitment. I think it's very smart for you to have a couple of town halls in November, as you suggested. And I think, and that might help us get more people volunteering their land. And it might kind of appease some of the folks out in my neck of the woods that are still saying, wait a minute, I'm hitting, my daughter hit a deer day before yesterday. What are we doing out here on Highway 100 to the west? And so, we have to, include that information in the town halls. But I do think a separate meeting with the archery community that could be positive and say, here's your challenge. But they're not gonna like tracking their arrows because they miss too often. They're not gonna like any of the constraints. They're not gonna like a competency test. But you guys have heard me say this, and I'm happy to say it again, but in my deep and lengthy experience with bow hunters, most of them talk like Robin Hood and shoot like Ray Charles. And that's the absolute reality of the situation. And so they have to be competency tested. And the good old boy standard is hitting a 10-inch paper plate from 20 yards away in your backyard, good light, you get to draw a bead. And if you hit it most of the time, you're good to go. Well, the deer's vital zone from 20 yards away, if it's quartering away from you, it's only about the size of a baseball. And it's just your ability is not sufficient to the task. And, so anyway, I can carry on about that forever, but I won't. I think that's all I came to say, unless you guys have any questions whatsoever.
Go ahead. You can say that I would also suggest reach out to Aaron and then find out when are they playing gills in the parks?
Yeah, there's some going on in Greensfield right now.
Well, but I think that's the other part to be communicated.
Aaron left, it's a new galler, and I can give you
It's
your
Miranda.
contact info. Yeah.
I think it's another piece of information that, they don't think that we coordinate with any. I think that's just really wrong.
Yeah, I mean.
Let's get Mr. Vanek real quick and then we'll hop on the rest. Mr. Vanek, what you got?
Oh, okay. Series of questions for Mr. Lee and just a basic comment. I've been borderline on this whole thing for a long time, before I was on the city council. And because I really feel it's a state issue, it's Missouri Department of Conservation, and we're paying city money to solve a state issue. And they're not stepping up to the plate to come up with the ideas necessary in order to long-term find a solution to this problem. Because my first question for Mr. Lee is, what was the initial amount that was projected for this culling for the over 5 years?
About 1,000 deer.
Oh, no, the cost to the city.
It was rough. I mean, we set aside as a council about $1 million to do a program over 5 years, but
Okay.
that was before I'd have to go back and check, but that's the number I've been working from.
It was
And are we still on budget, basically? This will be the third year coming up, is that correct?
And I think based off the numbers that have been presented this year and being able to maximize, especially if we can maximize some efficiencies, maybe lower that target density down, I think we could most definitely be on. We're there, yes.
Okay, good. Good news on all accounts there. The lot of questions last night or comments there was a lot of concern about accurate data. And there was the thermal imaging. Have you had an opportunity to look into that at all? And how confident are we that these numbers that we're using are accurate?
I mean, there is some variance with them, but I mean, Dr. Rambo is correct. When you do the math, they line up well with what our police department, not White Buffalo, has been recording in the field. So I
Yeah.
would say
Go ahead.
there's some pretty, I think there's a pretty decent argument behind it that they're accurate. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, if we could use drones and do a thermal study, I think you need to properly vet that individual because there are some issues with having them at the right, you have to have them flown at the exact same altitude. You have to have all the same settings. There are organizations that can do that. We have not had a chance to look into the organization mentioned yesterday. And some of these, quite frankly, we might end up spending $20,000 to $40,000 on a study with the drones. It's more cost effective to use our internal police department and pay them if we need to utilize the services we have at our disposal that are trained by MDC to record this information. I mean, will a drone study potentially create a little bit more accurate results? I mean, it might be good one time to do it, but I almost would guarantee it's going to represent the same figures we've gotten back.
I believe that as well. And it's a whole lot cheaper to do distance sampling, which has been proven over decades to be accurate enough, right? I mean, we don't need to count every, we don't need to be down to the deer. We need to be down to the percentages, a handful of percentages.
Are they counting in the winter like they?
So they typically count, what we try to do is right after the coaling period ends, a couple weeks, because you got to get them organized, but they will go out and they usually get it done within a 2-week period. So they have to do 3 to 4 different nights for each individual transect. So that's covering any one, any two, those are covered in their own week.
What month is that about?
April.
Oh.
So with my questions, sorry to ask to regain the floor here, but what efforts and what results have we seen with local representatives, our local, Sparks and the senator and members of, of Missouri Department of Conservation to participate with citizens and to look for, because this is going to end in a couple of years. Well, we hope it's going to end in a couple of years, but who knows? I mean, but, once it stops, it seems like it's just going to go back to where it was. I don't know how long that takes, but then we're going to start a whole project over again. And my concern is that we spend all this money and then 5-6 years down the road, we're looking at spending another $1 million. And unless we have a well thought out long-term plan with the state, that it seems like we're looking at this a little bit short-sighted. That's and I'll return. Yes.
2 cents, right?
I can answer some of that for you. There is, like with everything else, there is little to no participation, communication, or assistance from our state elected officials. Perhaps we could have a parade and invite the deers, and then they might show up.
Valid point.
I have.
Yeah.
In talking with Thomas a little more in depth with this the other day, I think the key points are the liability that White Buffalo provides. They're insured for, what'd you say, 3 million?
Yes, around that amount. I'd have to look it up.
Now
They're insured for both us and the property owner.
These guys tell me they can do that too, they can get that kind of coverage. I don't know if that's accurate. And then speaking of the word accurate, their efficiency outweighs any other group, correct?
Absolutely. There's really no comparison.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, they do not have to take extra shots.
Yeah.
Mr. Vanek, your hand up again, or is it your same hand?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's this this attitude that we make a phone call to these guys and then we kind of just give up as far as Sparks and the rest, it's a little bit frustrating to me. It seems like we're not putting enough pressure on them to be doing their jobs and call them out in the press if they're not, and we that is one frustration I have uh, with what is occurring, I guess, that we don't do enough to get these guys to show up. It doesn't, I don't, I'm not there making the phone calls, so I don't know what's going on with Mr. Lee and the mayor, but I mean, you can make the invitation. Do they actually say, no, we're not going to show up? Or do they just don't reply? Those would be interesting things for me to know.
Well, I can tell you that we did ask Representative Sparks to come to a meeting. Katie did. And he said he would love to come to the meeting and talk to us about the property taxes in Wildwood. And then she said, we don't have any.
Okay.
So it is curious that our singular representative at the State House has no concept how his citizens pay for anything.
Oh, I get it. But so that's one frustration of mine, but still he needs to be more involved or he needs to be publicly embarrassed, one of the two. But we do need a long-term solution to this and not just a 5-year thing and then cross our fingers, hope it doesn't come back and not have to spend another $1 million down the road away. So, I mean, I'm all for the proper maintaining of the herd, but I'm not sure if we're doing all we can at this point.
There always has been. So the initial $1 million was designed for the 5-year kind of initial cull of each of these spaces that was going to try to get theoretically these areas into more workable spaces. That seems to be happening very well. And then it was going to be a combination of the hunters in Wildwood, those that want to work with us, our bow hunting friends that come to the meetings, participating, and then also looking into doing more maintenance than what we're doing now. So instead of doing, very, very large numbers, we're talking about in maintenance plans, significantly less. But it is kind of an ongoing thing. I mean, I think when we looked at this several years ago, I feel like it was maybe Town and Country. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah.
Town and Country had
Transported.
somebody had done something and then stopped and it was a colossal failure, and somebody did something and didn't, and then it worked.
So now they have a program and they budget for it every year and so forth, but it's kind of like painting a house.
Right.
You gotta paint your house again a few years later. But if you did the preparation work right, it's not gonna be as hard as having neglected it for 20 years or whatever. So it's just, I think it was always envisioned that this would be an ongoing program, hoping the local hunting community, archery hunting community would step up in the more urbanized areas of Wildwood. But there's always gonna have to be a place for White Buffalo or some organization like them to come in and do the, help with the culls, because the alternative is to go back to the population, the deer population that we had before we started, which is, as you suggest, a ridiculous notion. The public safety issue is the overarching one, deer vehicle collisions. And
So do we have the police report yet for last year?
For last year, yeah. It didn't go down overall too much, but in the NE1 and NE2 regions, it went there was about 20 less deer
I
accidents.
think we need to put that in the reports, because I mean, everybody who's lived out here has hit a deer.
Yeah, but
Ed saw a very nice buck get smacked on Clayton Road and just flopping around
A
there.
lot of them aren't reported
Well,
either.
the problem that was just gonna be my point.
I'm sorry.
Everybody that hits, no, you're fine, but everybody that hits a deer, they call the insurance company. They don't call the police unless there's a fatality or a police report required. And, you know, because I have to, I carry a handgun in my woods all fall. Not because I'm afraid of my neighbors or I'm afraid to walk the mean streets of Wildwood or the mean woods of Wildwood alone, but because I have to euthanize deer from two sources of injury. One is inept archers, shoot them in the butt and then they run off and their legs rotten off. And the other is deer that were hit but not killed, but they've got one broken leg or two broken legs. It's heartbreaking to me because a deer, their drive to live is so powerful that they will run on two broken legs on the same side and they're trying to get away. And here I am wanting to shoot them in the head for a quick shot. And meanwhile, I'm trying to fight my dog, sometimes two dogs that are trying to, you know, tear them limb from limb and so on and so forth. It's crushing every time I have to do it, but I have to do it for those reasons. And so, and it's even, that is irrelevant when you consider that one of these days, a big old buck's gonna join a bunch of Girl Scouts in the back of mommy's van, and we're gonna have a real tragedy on our hands. And the property damage and the other things, those kind of fade into the background when you think about it.
I think it's noteworthy, that should be something that's part of communication, that in those two areas, we've seen a reduction. Not that it's all of them.
Yeah.
But at least enough that the police haven't been called out to investigate a deer accident.
Because, yeah, there will be that caveat, because that's across the 6 different deer area, well, it's across the whole city, but the 6 deer areas we have, it does show a slight correlation, but it's difficult to know. We'll have to have that little disclaimer.
That's fine.
What do we need here to move forward?
So the idea though is to proceed, the contract will be somewhat adjusted. If the question I need to answer though too, so I can go back to White Buffalo, and if they need to revise their numbers, that's okay, because it will affect how many they could potentially cull in the amount of days they have set aside. Are we wanting to stick with 40 deer per square mile? Do you want us to go reach out to MDC? MDC would most likely push that number down, speaking with them, but if we keep it at 40 deer per square mile, that number of deer removed within that time frame will most likely be, it won't change very much.
A good number is 30 to 35.
Yeah.
MDC is very likely to recommend 20, as you well know. 40 is still too high. The true benefits come at the lower end of the scale. And again, if White Buffalo has killed them down to 6 deer per square mile, they're gonna fall flat on their face and they won't do that. So, you know, the proof will be self-evident.
Deer will either be there or they won't be there.
That's right.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
So
The question I had in mind was that for the online deer management updates, this one's posted on October 1st. Familiar with that? Interested in participating in the program? Question mark. Please give a feedback form. Is this the venue? This same venue? I was wondering if that'd be the most appropriate, most obvious place to provide the city's report that Mr. Rambo.
Oh, yeah, on the deer manager, yes, that would be fine.
And this loads of both barrels that anybody who cares to read it is gonna see how to do math. They're gonna see how to understand property liability is, the fact that $3 million coverage is not something we can do. It's something that unless you got a lot of money for the policy, you're never gonna do. And then the remarks I heard about, they shoot them in the brain, and that's a very tragic death for the deer. And bow hunting has been proven the most hygienic and the most considerate of the deer. I read that in one of these emails. But that's the type of thing that is going to be the only thing successful to have people who want to read details and not jump down social media rabbit holes. I just would be the only one that would say, don't pull any bunches, show them the math. We've had some people that come up with 66 divided by 11 is 600. It's actually a different formula than that. Not being as insulting as I just was, but it gets close and we've seen that repeatedly. And the majority of our 13,000 citizens deserve that. They don't deserve to hear something that gets repeated 600 times. And then they think that must be the truth because nobody's refuted.
Can I make a quick comment on that particular point? Yeah, the white buffalo protocol, you know, a couple weeks of bait, feeding, and then they wait for a family group to come in. They drop mom with a suppressed firearm and the others just mill about because there's nothing that startled them. And there's mom laying there on the ground and they take 5 or 6 more. That's the way it works. But I have several rifles that are capable of sub-minute of angle accuracy, which means you can cover it with a dime. You can hit a dime every time from 100 yards away. I used to be that accurate. I am nowhere near the marksman that the least of the white buffalo marksmen happens to be. They have suppressed weaponry, special frangible bullets. Typically, they go in the skull, but nothing leaves the skull. It just rattles around in there, pulverizes the brain, and the animal is dead. They drop like puppets with their strings cut, and I have seen it. It's amazing. They won't take the shot unless they are 100% certain that they're going to kill that animal instantly. It's as humane as you can possibly imagine. 1 minute they're alive, and then like a light switch, the next instant they're laying on the ground, stone dead. Nothing has left their head. The idea of the prions in the brain getting out on the ground. What happens when a deer is running through the woods for mile after mile, bleeding out his side or whatever, generally out his rear end? You know, that's the true concern. And I don't know how in the heck these guys possibly got to the point where they can say that archery is somehow more humane, because the whole point is to slice through some arteries, the blood supply, and then have them hemorrhage, you know, so they bleed out. And they don't drop like puppets with their strings cut. They, you know, if you're lucky, it runs a few yards and then lays down and expires, but most of the time it runs off.
To someone else's property.
Right, to someone else's property. You have to get permission. You can't trespass to retrieve a deer. A lot of people won't give you permission. A lot of guys will give up after 20 minutes looking around because it's supper time and there's another one to stick tomorrow and those kinds of things. And so there's all those. I'm not suggesting that the hunters that came and talked to us are that way, but I know for a fact that a whole lot of them in my experience have been. And the idea that it's somehow humane to stick a deer and let it bleed out over the course of the next couple of days out in the woods somewhere is preferable to shooting them in the head and having them drop like a puppet with cut strings is ridiculous.
So I'm just trying to figure out your numbers here. So you said that the southeast 2?
Southeast 1, but we will be, what we're trying to do here is have Southeast 1, but if you look at the property distribution in Southeast 1, it's mostly Pound Center, and you know, there's a couple properties as you get closer to Old State where it kind of opens up a bit. So the idea is to include within 0.25 miles of 109 and Old State Road, entering in SE2 and going up 109.
So it's more the
number, if I add up in their proposal, it's 239 deer.
Yes, so the breakout of each, okay, so yes, that is 150 in SE1 is that area, and then 50-50 in Northeast 1, Northeast 2.
Okay.
That can give or take a.
So you're not, this proposal was for 239 deer, not 600.
No, that 600's already been.
Yeah, they were saying we already got.
Oh, but I thought going into this year.
Oh, no, it's right now it's at 239 is how they're estimating it with their figures, but if we were to reduce that number to 35, then that's gonna increase without decreasing the number of days.
But then I only have one more question, then I'll make whatever motion you want to make. Is when you look at the cost and they talk about in their final page, they're showing that if you take the 239 at $904 per deer, that matches to their proposal. But then they come down and take out the cost of processing the meat. There's a 17% variance in that per deer cost. just curious as to how that, so that when you take the $754 times 239, it's $180,000 versus the 216,000. And so the question was, if that's the difference in rate on processing, we process the deer, they're processing the deer as well. So why would it be that much of a reduction?
Let me take a look at that. Sorry, 1 second.
If the same number of deer, 239 deer.
They're saying either processing or not processing, and they had a special deal with a butcher shop in, I think it was in like, Worson Woods or something like that. And, they'd pull up with a whole flatbed full of deer and, they would process them for like 40 or 50 bucks per. Processing normally is $100 and up.
Yeah, because that's what they have in here.
But some of them, you know, I don't know. I don't know how they accounted for the reality that 60 or 80 of those carcasses are gonna go to the wolf sanctuary.
25%
and they won't
was
be
what should have been processed, and it's coming up to 17, just $1. So not a big deal, it doesn't seem to match. Initially, they said 25% would be not dressed.
Yeah.
Given to the zoo for the wildlife thing.
I didn't see the.
And something to note too is that, and we can get clarification there. Something to note as well, though, is that the St. Louis Zoo, they have to confirm their numbers with us prior, and then usually MDC will then authorize a permit with a maximum allotment to the zoo. So that said, that could maybe account for, they don't know their zoo number yet, but we have had instances where
I'm just curious, I mean, when you look at their proposal, there wasn't anything denoting why that dollar was amount was different, and I would think that we wouldn't be paying to dress a deer out if we were gonna do 20 or 25%, but 17 just didn't seem to work out the right way. But
We can get some clarification on that. I also think maybe we make a phone call or point them into the direction of the guy that the hunters were talking about, the butcher shop or whatever it is, and maybe they can come up with it.
Well, they mentioned K&A Meats, which is right up the road from me. My uncle Armin opened the place 70 years ago and it's still there. You can get the best jerky in the world. It's right there on the 100 before you get to St. Albans.
by where the car lot is.
I mean, before you get to a Gray Summit.
The
Yeah, it used to be Zerna's used cars and
Meats. Yeah.
yeah, it's famous on YouTube.
Which is a great.
All right, Ed, you want to make a motion?
I would. I'd like to make a motion that we proceed forward with the proposal from White Buffalo after Mr. Lee firms up the numbers and we confirm the few pieces that are missing
With
here.
the suggested new plan.
Yeah.
And do we want to
Include that.
add in or go to the 30-35 range instead of the 40 as our target? So that would add a couple more deer, but also, as Tom is saying, it makes the time more efficient.
I'm fine with that. If that's,
I think that's a very, very wise decision.
All right, do we have a motion?
I make the motion. We need a second.
Mr. Mabriel second it. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Alright.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Oh,
He raised his hand.
you opposed, abstaining, or opposed? All right, Mr. Banish can oppose. Motion passes.
Hey, Tom, how are you gonna handle the setting up something with the archery guys? Are you
Still have
gonna do that or?
Yeah, we can,
Public Works.
I
Yeah,
can.
we're gonna talk real fast.
You
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll just.
Or Rick.
Just let me know. I mean, it's not
That's
a
all
priority
right.
for me, obviously, but they
I mean, it'd be nice to have you there.
We've reached the part where the real.
oh, no, I would definitely wanna be there, but
Midnight.
you know,
No, you just have to make a motion to continue that meeting.
Tomorrow.
Thanks for coming out, Dr. Remo, for that.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Dr.
I'll say we're starting. at-
unless you guys are gonna talk about more fascinating budget stuff.
So much more budget stuff. I will say, I think, and I said this to Tom, this deer program has been honestly one of the best done programs, I think, that our city has done in quite some time. And I think from a communication standpoint, I think one of the things, I appreciate the enthusiasm that the hunters have. I am not a hunter, it's just not my thing. But, you know, I look at this a lot like a snowstorm. Like, I'm sure Rick loves when kids go out and shovel driveways and things, but they're not clearing streets, and that's what we're doing here. So we need to get the streets cleared so then the rest of the people can go out and do
the fine tuning of.
I just thought the presentations they did a couple of times coming in when the property owners were here. The one classic was, she said, so, well, what do you do when you miss the deer? He said, well, we've never experienced that yet. It's like, oh, okay, I'll sign up.
Yeah, it's, I mean,
They
I
know
think
what
they're doing a great job.
Yeah, and Tom has done a great job too with all those other priorities. I really think it's been a well-run program, and I don't know how much involvement Rick has, but.
It's a team effort.
It's, yeah, whoever you guys.
I'd like to put my 6 in the list to be adopted. I had a guy come to work on the sprinkler the other day and he said, wow, this is so cool. You can see where 4 deer have been laying here. I said, they do every night.
Yeah.
The problem is, wait till you get down to work on the sprinkler down there and start saying, oh man, this is terrible. They're all over. They've eaten everything that they could eat.
Yeah.
And now we have silk from China.
All right,
Okay.
moving
thanks,
into
guys.
Public Works for information. Rick, what do we have for our update on MoDOT and city projects?
Well, council members, I provided the same update, not the same update, but the same general idea of projects that are ongoing. So I didn't intend to cover it in detail, but if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to address them. It's basically the same information I believe that was provided to council for the meeting last night. And projects are moving forward and wrapping up. And I think pleasantly enough, MoDOT's 100 work and the 109 BA projects are on schedule and should be wrapped up this year as they originally had stated. So
You might have said this last night, I may have missed it. When are they gonna stripe 100? Is that
Well,
like last?
it's going to be last, but it's getting close. And they were saying they should have the asphalt basically done here in the next week.
Asphalt should be done, all asphalt, shoulders, entrances. They were hoping this week. I'll have a meeting with them in the morning to find out if it's still on schedule, but I would imagine all the crossover work at Pond and T will have to be completed, and that striping should be the very last thing, honestly.
And then they might have fixed it, I didn't notice this morning, but I know the sign, the flashing sign that was on 100, talking about the J-turns, was really aggressively flashing, like, I'm not sure if they were doing that to try to let people know what was going on, but it was flashing to the point where I was like, what does it want me to do?
I can mention it tomorrow.
I didn't see it, I didn't pay attention this morning, but the other day I was like, that might be too fast. But I do think some flashing is good.
Are we planning on trying to do any kind of communication about what to do in a J-turn? And
Yeah,
people have no idea.
It's pretty scary.
It's kind of like the old jug hand on it. Like, oh man, what to do?
It's like some of the people driving the roundabout still.
Well, yeah, they've cut 4 lanes, they're
Right.
trying to get over there. So just curious if they have a way. That's something we could start putting on the newsletter.
Well, there's information and they've promoted it themselves to some degree. If you Google it, you'll find there is videos out there on how to drive a J-turn, that kind of thing.
Shouldn't that be something we try to put in our newsletter maybe?
I'm sure we could probably do put some effort towards that.
Tom's gonna make a cool AI video all about it.
There you go.
We might have it on the website already.
What now?
The J-turn, how to use a J-turn.
Tom will complete the video.
Just putting something out on social media about how to properly go through the J-turn.
Oh, MoDOT's got that video that shows it really well, but that's, I mean, that actually could be something on AI is too. I mean, the main thing, did you explain like that? Overall, the conflict points do decrease. It's just, it is one lane you do have to cross over, but.
Well, I'm not saying like why we did it. I'm saying how do you use it? Cause we have people that are swinging.
So
one
basically a
there.
sign that says use the J-turn.
Yeah.
What do you do?
It is new. Okay.
I have no idea what it.
All right. Any other project questions? Do we know what they were doing on Clayton with all the fire hydrants open? American Water was up there.
Broken water line.
Doing something crazy.
It was on next door this morning, so from West Glen all the way up into 3 and all of the top part of yours and 4 water line. I saw them up there yesterday. They were working up at front of Lafayette.
It's some big stuff up there tonight.
And so it's, they had it all the water was off.
All right. I'm glad I missed that. Okay, moving into some cool budget stuff, I'm sure. Operating budget. What do you got, Rick?
Well, I was gonna figure that Thomas was gonna handle it.
Oh, all right, Tom, what do
I mean, I'll let him
Although-
add some notes on to it. I mean, really, it's, again, same story. There is, you know, we had to make some cuts. Luckily, there was a big, when the police were originally thinking they were gonna be at the 5%, that was adding 260 to the bottom line. There was some concern that we would have to move some things to road and bridge that we didn't want to, and luckily with that cost reduction, we were able to keep it within the operating where it should be. So maintains the integrity of the operating budget for Public Works. Let me get this open. I had the wrong one open. That said, the only couple things I wanted to note was there was a decision to combine tree trimming and tree removal into one account. This is a net increase for the year last year, but that said, we have seen, I mean, we have removed a lot of trees this year. And quite frankly, I don't think there's enough put into the miscellaneous right of way, because that usually serves as our buffer and as a contingency. With the amount of the 2 tornadoes we've got hit with this year and having a pretty hectic just 4 different snowstorms that required mobilization. It seems like these storms, and that's where I would like our Director of Public Works to speak to a little bit. It does seem like these storm events and preparing for them, we had to pay for them out of operating. Maybe there's a lead for that later on with Road and Bridge, but the more we spend, say we were to utilize like road clearing for snow or utilize tree removal on the right of way, it has to be a roadway consideration. But if it's a tree that gets removed from the road, it's for operations. You can put that in Road and Bridge, but that's money being taken away from our roadway improvement program, which helps us keep up with our decaying infrastructure. I mean, you almost want to keep that, and we'll get to the Road and Bridge Fund. It's relatively simple as we've had it in previous years.
It sounds like it should be in a different thing.
Yeah, well, Road and Bridge, you can.
No, I'm saying the storm stuff should be.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, you can include it if it is directly inhibiting the roadway and it's leading to you not being able to utilize the roadway. But that said, it's not great practice because we can have bigger snowstorm situations where you're having to do additional snow removal. You can have tornadoes where if that spikes, you're now cutting off. You're going to say, hey, we're not going to resurface this road anymore this year. So it is a little difficult to justify moving that, which that's why we didn't. And luckily the police weren't, they were able to come back down a little bit with us. That said, I mean, in the past, we have moved asphalt patching, crack and joint sealing, permanent pavement marking and guardrail installations down into the Road and Bridge Fund. I don't remember exactly what year that was. It was prior to my time.
It was probably about 7 years ago now, but those used to be funded out of operating, and because of the tightness of that operating budget, chose to move them to Road and Bridge, which effectively took money that we had been using the Road and Bridge for capital type improvements or kind of routine maintenance now. So that's just
A little
one
bit
of the
of
things.
robbing Peter to pay Paul.
That's how it is. And that's what we're trying to avoid in most instances where we can. And that said, though, I mean, the one thing I do worry about is snow removal. Just the costs that are associated with. I worry about like us getting hit with tornadoes again, as we did, because you don't really get to choose like, hey, let's maybe divvy up the contractor work when Hart Road is completely closed because it's covered in debris. You have to just get it done, and we do our right of way maintenance contracts each year, which gives us a roster, if you will, but it doesn't seem like these storms are cooling down.
None of that got covered under any state.
We have applied for the second event. So the first event, the March event, was that was the one that really hit us on the nose. And I know you weren't affected by that one, but the May one was technically eligible, but we have not received any funds as of yet.
But we still
We
have
have-
that identified, right?
Yes, we have submitted information to them. We have submitted all the paperwork necessary. That said,
How much was it?
it was like $20,000 in May. So it's not anything too crazy comparatively to the March storm where we were not eligible for reimbursement from you.
So I have a question. Where's your snow removal in your budget?
Is it not on there?
It's a 0.
Well, we're gonna have snow.
I know. Well, we have years that's happened.
That is incorrect. Amy, do you have those printed out?
It was 672
That's probably the-
0 last year.
That was an older version that I think was prior to
Yes.
being updated this afternoon.
Yeah, the one that was sorry, can we look at the one that's handed out? I do apologize for that. That was, we were going back and forth and then we got the notice that it was being,
Okay, I printed this off this afternoon.
that's okay. Oh,
That was before we probably.
I know. Well, and then you look down, we're down 600,000.
Look at
That's
us.
the difference.
no, that is still the same. That said, the the most recent year is included.
So I don't want to cut off any conversation or anything on this. I'm just wondering, since we've kind of started this conversation on the other side of this is, like, I understand how we have set this up in the past. But, you know, we're doing the robbing Peter to pay Paul thing, whatever. Can we just set it up the way that it's supposed to be set up? Like, not how we've always done it. Is there like an actual way that this should be done? So we have like a storm fund, so if we get a tornado or whatever, that comes out of a different pot of money?
Well, it would be general fund revenue. So it's gonna be general. You can pay for that expense out of general fund. You can, all the other funds come with strings attached. So road and bridge you can use for snow. You could use for a tree that's directly impacting the ability for someone to use the roadway. I think the state and the county would probably, they might poke at you for that. So you want to kind of stay away from that. But when it comes to like storm removal in general, that has to come from general fund revenue sources, or it could come from, you know, if you do a Wayfair legislation, or if you do a utility tax, any adjustments to the gross utility tax, you could use that to go after. You could set up a storm fund dedicated with a new tax source. You can set to define it in the legislation.
No, I just mean, I mean.
No, I think what you're saying is like, if we budgeted, this used to be a lot easier when our fiscal year was ended in June. Because you had the winter behind you. But in this particular case, is if we spend $300,000 a year on that, any excess over that shouldn't come out of you shouldn't have to rob other operating budgets. We should be able to go to the reserve and say the year that we only spent $100,000, that $200,000 had that same effect. So take what that average is, and you know, that last 675, that would push that average up. But I would think the best way, if I were managing the individual business, I would go back and look at what my trend was and say, on usual basis, it's $350,000 a year. And we've had that before where we didn't have to buy salt for a whole year. And then we had other ones where we couldn't get enough salt. So I mean, but part of that is we keep letting it churn up our operating budgets instead of saying, okay, we can't control the weather, but this year, this was the effect that we had on those kind of funds. Now, I don't know from a treasurer standpoint, but it just seems to me that it's silly that we keep screwing up with those exceptional things that we can't control, that we keep going back in and say, now we can't do anything else because we don't have the operating income. Where we have a reserve set there, and that reserve is there because we didn't spend it doing snow 3 years ago. You know what I mean? That excess money that wasn't used was dumped back over into the reserve, so.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, is there a way to structure the account properly to do that? Not find a new source for the money. I mean, that would be great too. But, you know, as Ed said, there's plenty of, I don't know that we're gonna get another winter where we're not gonna get any snow, but.
Well, but even if you look backwards,
We might not get 2 tornadoes next year.
Yeah, where it was only 200,000, that's a lot less than the 600,000. So if we were, that's why I was looking to say, where's the 200,000? And there wasn't anything in my copy of the budget. But that's where I think that we ought to be able to come back and say, based on the trend, it's got to go from 200,000 to 350.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you need to go in and take 600,000 out just because we did it last year.
Well, that's where we're kind of, I'm more than happy to take that direction today, but that said, I mean, I know coming in and asking for just a budget completely in the red, I mean, I mean, we can do that. I mean, that's fine. It's just, we need to
But
get.
Tom, that's what we've been doing.
I know.
Now we get this gigantic reserve and we can't afford to pay for what? I mean,
For year and year and year, we may have underspent our budgets and.
totally.
money's gone
And
to the
that-
bank,
that-
and we're
I
paying
can
it.
assure you,
We've been effectively.
I can assure you, in at least my 29 years in this city, that every year when we had an excess, it went to that reserve. We started out with $1 million and the county said, you're never gonna make it. Well, just keep working at it. And now you look away, but I just don't think we should sit here and be concerned about how cost effective we were in the past. And you know, that 25%, I put that in 20 years ago because they had a bridge go out on Kerrs Mill and it was out for 2 years because the county had no money. Well, we're never gonna let that happen to us. So then we start putting the 25% reserve in. Even if we had 100%, which I don't think we need to be that high. I just think we need to spend the money and understand what's operating versus what's extraneous type things that pop up that we have no control over. You know, if a bridge goes out, we didn't plan for it to go out.
Right.
But if we have to repair it and it's 800,000 or whatever, we need to have and say, well, that's an emergency reserve. We didn't think that was gonna happen. I just think that would be a much more palatable way to explain it. And I, believe me, I understand the charter about going in with a negative budget, but I don't think it needs to be a negative. It needs to be saying we're allocating our reserve funds for these
These
type of
defined
things
situations.
that are long-term investments that are not operating in a 12-month window.
I get, and that's kind of what you were talking to. Is there a way to set it up where that is almost the bail the city out because that is over the amount that typically we'd spend? But that said, when you have, you know, an extra crazy snowstorm, it's able to act.
It doesn't make any sense, it doesn't make any sense in any realm that you would say, well,
We just react.
we had 2 tornadoes last year, so we got a budget for 2 tornadoes this year. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
My house burned down last year, probably gonna happen again. You know,
And it's newer now.
Well, that's the thing too with snow. I mean, that's an honest assessment is that some years we get a ton of snow, some years we don't get as much.
It's very close. I mean, we had years we didn't buy salt, and other years where we were buying extra salt because we had the money and we went ahead and filled up all these different places. So,
If the last 3 months fell in the middle of the winter, we'd have been really in good shape.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I mean, again, I genuinely appreciate all of the effort that you guys are putting into this stuff, but I'm telling you, I think that you keep doing this in like a very broken system that is penalizing everybody in the wrong direction. Most especially the people that work for the city that don't have any money for raises because we're budgeting for tornadoes that may or may not occur.
We can make some changes. But that, I mean, I gotta go back and see how to legally set that up.
Yeah, that's, what I would say is, I would much rather be able to have that argument amongst 16 people than whether or not we're gonna put a sidewalk in my neighborhood because I want it.
So in that case though, for each year though, are you saying we have the average trend line baseline amount to remove snow? That is
Yeah,
given
that's your
based
forecast.
on.
It should be,
That's your budget.
and
But that does not define it because it's going to, you're practically saying, I'm gonna utilize reserve funds to cover snow expenditure moving forward and potentially right of way for tornadoes, that those extreme weather conditions to clear the roads and make sure residents can use them.
so if we would have had 200,000 in budget last year, and you end up at 675, when you did your mid-year budget, we should have gone in and said, we need to make an adjustment.
Yep.
Take it out of the reserves, put the money back in the operating expenses instead of canceling everything else that you had put in a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan. You guys did a good job because we didn't lose any of the federal matching funds. But that, we have that money sitting there, and I'm telling you, there's not a reason in the world to sit there with that much money in reserve. And it's not your fault. We did it 20 years ago. And you try to get
well,
people to
and the
argue.
other side of that is there isn't, but also there are a lot of projects that many of us have said, hey, we could just spend a couple $1 million on this or a couple $1 million on that, which is great. But then our structure is not set up correctly. So we don't actually have.
We just
even if
reduced to 10 from 17.
Right, even if we said we have $9 million, okay, well, now I get $3 million to go do my thing. Well, just kidding, because we gotta actually spend an extra $500,000 a year on this.
That's how we look at it, and I lose a lot of sleep over that exactly.
But
That's right.
what it really, I think what I mean, and I don't know what the right amount of time is, I will leave that up to the experts, but let's say it's a 5-year span. So over 5 years, we're averaging this amount of money for snow. And then we have like a super bad snow event this year, and we're like, okay, well, then as we budget, it incrementally moves up. It's not
Kind of move it out of
crippling the
reserve.
budget.
You take it out of reserve and you're not butchering your operating expenses every time.
Right.
Well, that I think actually can be done. So it's just more of an expectation up front from the council. Like, here's where that number comes from. Instead of us kind of spitballing, we are putting in an average, even though that every dollar that goes into that snow that's over what the average may be, which I mean, it might be, it's probably gonna be around 255. That's probably somewhat consistent. That said, if you go, if you actually try to budget for the 600, then there is no money.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the issue is we do have money for those kind of situations. And I think that's a whole lot easier to explain why we use the money from the reserve for those things that are one-time events. And
That's
how
what somebody would do with their
moves
house.
up all of your budgeting. And when you look at it from year to year, it just doesn't make sense, but.
Yeah, I mean, if your roof caves in,
With that, is that almost like, I think we could definitely do that. Have it as an addendum, know that this is a forecast and almost define, what that use is. It's an emergency situation that is dependent on not city decision, but weather, things that we are expected to do, which is clear the road.
Tornadoes,
Yeah.
snowstorms, things that you're not
You
planning.
don't have control over those things.
Yeah, okay, that, I mean, we can definitely do.
So it's not like, well, we didn't plan to cut the grass enough. That's not good.
Yeah.
After $600 in water bill, I'm not mowing.
Yeah.
So that would be my suggestion, like, and we can talk through each part of this, but I just think, I think if you, I know for myself, that's how I operate money for the businesses that I operate and my house. And so when I come into this space, it's always really weird to me because I'm like, why are we doing this? This is not how money works.
I will say there's probably some goofy little rule that is attached to it, but I almost think using a forecast, I mean, what other way are you supposed to identify for snow removal specifically? You should be using trend lines.
I think we could work around it, make it work.
That said, I mean, would it be acceptable then to go back? We can actually pull the trend line for 5 years. We'll throw that in there. And then we'll also come back with almost like a statement that states, these are 5-year forecast numbers. That said, based off of the weather next year, the idea would be spend this amount that we've procured on the side, but anything over that is used by the reserves, obviously being spent cautiously with, team here behind it, but not necessarily hampering the rest of our general fund.
Yeah, it should, yeah, and it should, I mean, I think you have a really good example year in this year where we have like crazy snowstorms and 2 tornadoes. And we're all gonna hope that that's not how every year is, but it gives you a really good idea to go, hey, by the way, if this happens every year.
And
Here's
just
how
look
this is
at
gonna
that
work.
that amount of excess, what you could have used it for, that's not gonna cost more. I mean, even it's like resurfacing it's at Anniversary Park, it's $10,000 more this year than it was last year. So that's the kind of stuff I'm saying is if you know what those things are and you can plan for them. I wouldn't take those big items. I mean, before we were happy to take those reserves and budget them and say, well, look at that, we put $300,000 in reserves. Only because we had a good year and or we didn't do things that we should have done.
That's, yeah, I think it was probably more often than
Definitely, we'll incorporate, we'll have, something that explains just that, and it'll be really weather dependent on things that the city just has to do. I mean, it's not, we don't have a choice, and that's where our emergency plan kicks in.
Well, and the other issue too is if it is a disaster like that, then you have the opportunity for recovery, which we've had before with ice and snow, and you would get a couple $100,000 back once it got bad enough. But you gotta be keeping track, as you guys do, all of those associated costs. And then you can recover that.
And I mean, I would think you could almost, if it was necessary, it would be pretty easy to put a provision in that just says, this is the plan, the city will present it to the city council to say, hey, we're initiating, you sent out an email, I need to initiate the emergency storm spending plan. Okay.
And Rick's like, you get a pretty good forecast 3 months into the year as to, where you think you're gonna be, because if you get early ones.
Mhm.
And then.
Usually it's December is when one or two will peep its ugly head.
So, okay, so then with this new plan, do you guys wanna go through each part of this? Do we have any questions on this?
I mean, I think snow and then, Rick, I'll let you speak to some of it, but I think I would like to, with that all said, I'd almost like to go back and, emergency right of way repairs. I mean, I'd like to track that for 5 years too and include that.
Yeah, I would apply that to like everything that makes sense along those lines. Just like,
And when you play with that number, then you could come up with what that percentage variance would be. Then in the future, you would say that, anything that's 15% greater than what the actual cost is goes to the reserve, or we adjust it. And just put some simple rules in there that everybody would understand.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, there's some that are gonna be tied directly to we know what it's gonna be, but the ones that are based off maintenance, I think that's very fair.
you're just
Stretch.
roboticizing over there.
Stretch.
Yeah. That's just my 2 cents. I'd get everybody else I just think that we fooled ourselves
I
by
think that's a good plan.
cutting all the money out of the operating expenses because we had a bad snow.
Yes, I don't disagree.
All right, well then, do you need a motion? Do you-
Yes, could you, the motion could be to proceed with getting this to the work session for council. That said, with the understanding that we're gonna go back in and put together these kind of rules of engagement for emergency funds, and then also the item that we're just reviewing, the stuff that's associated with weather.
Got it. That makes sense. So, well, Amy, we're gonna do
motion to move this section of the budget along to the work session with the caveat that they're gonna go through the contingency weather plans that we were discussing.
This whole section, this whole public works.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure that I understood.
I would say that they're gonna identify those line items that would fluctuate based on extreme weather, bridge comes down or whatever. That way it's not part of the operating plan on it. Budgets. I mean, you still budget, but you budget for what the trend was.
Right.
And we live within that, and then when it goes over that, you don't butcher the rest of the budgets.
All right, you're happy to make that?
I make that motion.
It's a very realistic plan.
Tracy is gonna second it. Any conversation? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Look at that, that was so much easier than I thought it was gonna be.
But much easier it'll be in the future.
How much better? That brings us to the road and bridge fund.
No, the road and bridge, I mean, I'll let Rick speak to this a little bit further, but overall, I mean, this one is pretty easy to plan out a little bit because we have revenue stagnant. It's coming from two different sources. One is an assessed property tax. It's not ours, but St. Louis County disperses a piece of it to us. And then the other is from the motor fuel tax that was passed not too long ago by MoDOT, which is allowing them to do the projects you see around town. That said, for 2026, I mean, it's going to be inclusive of a 2026, annual street slab replacement project. I know some areas in town center were identified for replacement. I don't know if I think it is actually asphalt being changed over in some of these spots, but I mean, Rick, do you have any ideas on what the breakout is or where we're going? Wanted to kind of let you.
Well, so I can provide you the little bit of knowledge I have so far, but we've got about I guess 600,000 in the budget for asphalt resurfacing. Considering maybe trying to wrap up a little more of the streets around some town center, maybe even look at redoing, resurfacing Main Street, some of the town center streets. Since we did Taylor and we did Manchester last year, so that would be consistent with some of the work right around here. And then also doing Rieger Road is one we've had on our list for several years now. We've not quite gotten to it, but Rieger Road west of Pond Road. That with potentially the roads right around town center would be part of the resurfacing for the 600,000 that we have budgeted. We got 1.3 again for concrete street replacement project. Nice if we had more money there, frankly. I think there could be an argument made we could spend another couple $100,000 pretty easily on streets, on concrete streets, if we had it. So that'd be a thing where if we were gonna pull money out of the reserves, I would put it on concrete streets potentially. The rest of the items that we have are generally, I guess, reasonably well funded. There's no growth there, but in the short term, I think we're probably fine. But yeah, it's not a sustainable situation over the long term, perhaps, and that's probably the bigger concern, frankly.
Did you say Main Street? You're gonna resurface it?
Potentially, yeah.
Why don't you wait till the apartments are all done?
Well, then that's certainly a valid point. We kind of mentioned that as well, so we'll pick that around.
I mean, I know we could charge them for it, but it just kind of seems silly if they're gonna be doing construction for a year and a half. They're gonna tear up new pavement as well as they'll tear up old pavement. And concrete.
Anybody else?
Tree extension too.
I don't know who's supposed to do it, but like. So 100 got redone, but all the kind of like on and off lanes out. They look terrible, pretty bad. Is that a MoDOT? Is that supposed to be a MoDOT thing? So, I mean, I know they stopped that project sooner than we were anticipating in terms of distance, but, you know, I think certainly for those residents that are kind of along those entryways, like, we need to explain why that is. It's the same thing we had with the storm when they just forgot to plow that part of the road. or their own road from a lot of it. But, you know, I think like that's kind of one of those communication things where I'd love if we could do it. I'd love if they would have done it correctly, in my opinion, but whatever. But I mean, it's not slated to get done anytime soon. So, I mean, is there some kind of a method that we can come up with that we can start harping on these guys to say this is this has reached a point? Cause I mean, like, you know, even the turn lanes on the West Glen Farms, they seemingly filled one crack with asphalt and then left everything else, which seemed like it was certainly a choice.
You're not wrong. We got this up, we kicked this can, tried to anyways, get it up to all the way to, our district engineer responded officially, and I mean, I don't think they're gonna be doing anything unless we decide to throw some money at it, or we wanna wait till that other project that's gonna connect. And they're planning on. Yes.
Yeah, but they're not gonna go back and do like forest leaf, nope, that stuff.
They're not.
So, I mean, those things are. What is it, forest leaf and white leaf, I guess or Taylor, I guess is relatively okay over there, but. You know, what West Glen Farms and Old Manchester going up the other way and like all the roads going out west are just like to rot, assuming for the next ever, I would guess.
It's hit and miss. I think some of them they did get, frankly, and then some of them, like Linda Jane, I think we brought that much to their attention and they agreed to do it. Now, West Glen Farms, we pushed hard at West Glen Farms and we didn't get them to budge. Now, their reaction was, we'll be back. Now,
And wait for 2060.
right.
Like clearly they're gonna do something on Pond because they've taken all that down.
Yeah,
Something ground that out or
A
whatever.
little bit to be done with the J-term project there, but forest leaf, no, they didn't touch forest leaf. So
It might be worth like, I don't know, I'm not sure how much money is appropriate for us to expend because we're trying to dial back on doing those kinds of things. But I do think it might be worthwhile for certain projects like that to be able to say, hey, you know, city invested $2 million, MoDOT did this, but there's still whatever it is left out there. And so, you know, it allows our residents to understand what's going on, because the conversations I have with people is they just assume that's all us not doing our job.
and certainly, well, if there's issues on Forest Leaf Parkway at 100 and we choose to take them on, we can do that. They'll generally let us do that.
Right.
It's not an issue. It's just that if we can get them to do it, all the better. So we certainly have that option and we can get that addressed.
I'm just wondering, like, you know, because we've run into this a couple times and I don't think that we have, it's a little bit off the budget conversation, but I don't know that we have a policy that says, like, we know MoDOT is not extending out beyond these curbs, but this 30 feet, which is technically theirs, they're not gonna do anything with. And so we either need to start figuring out at some point how we're gonna do that, or we just let it crumble into gravel and then I guess enough people complain to MoDOT and they might come out and do something. I just think, you know, I just know people don't understand, like, you know, how far up the road is MoDOT and how far down, you know, this side is this other thing. We spent all of the money to do Old Manchester and put in all the lights and all the stuff, and then there's, you know, 15 feet of road that isn't touched. It doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying we did anything wrong, I'm just saying we should have a policy that says, like, you know, we know they're not going to do this.
Well, we certainly have taken that approach plenty of times in the past, and I tend to feel like the attitude is when it makes sense and we know they're not gonna do it, just do it, because again, as you mentioned, public doesn't understand it.
Right.
They just look for government to take care of it, so you're kind of reinforcing my mindset a lot of times that we just are better off doing it, so assuming we're not getting carried away in what we're spending money on.
Right.
Within reason, it probably is a good use of money.
But I mean, like, you may not be able to know this off the top of your head, but like, you know, that forest leaf thing is not large. I don't, I mean,
Signs down again.
yeah, like, but I mean, like, how, I mean, is that a $500,000 project? Is that a $70,000 project? To just resurface the area so that it is sensible?
Oh, I would think you're talking thousands of dollars, you know, maybe $10,000. You're not talking $500,000 or anything of that nature. And it's hard for me to second guess exactly what their mindset was. I think at Taylor Road, they were trying to reduce their need to rebuild the islands and all the pedestrian accommodations. So what they get into is if they just strictly overlay the road,
Right.
then they've got to raise up all the pedestrian islands and all the sidewalks have to come up. And that's typically what they're gonna do, and that's what they did in most places on 100, but like in Taylor, they actually milled down and they matched the existing pavement kind of to avoid that. So it reduced costs and simplified the project from their perspective. And I'm sure they felt that Taylor was new and didn't really require any attention. Forest Leaf, not so much. West Glen, I'm sure they figured we'll be back, we'll just do it later. Well,
Doesn't match up when we have our.
that doesn't really match up with what our goals are when we're out there doing that.
Well, I mean, I'm excited that they talked about rebuilding that entire intersection because it's bad, but I'm not excited that it's gonna take 35 years to do it.
And I hope it certainly doesn't take that long.
Yeah, I will probably won't be alive.
Hope it's not that long either, but
All right, so
We could try to, I mean, the thing is, I mean, how often do they tell you, they're not the best at telling us exactly where the lines are either. It's somewhat, they've got their mission and.
it's been difficult with MoDOT. They've just had so much work on their plate,
Yeah.
and I think they've been focused on getting it out the door.
they're doing the big, I get it, they're doing the big projects, I
So-
understand.
I think every other city in St. Louis would tell you they're not getting a lot of good communication out of MoDOT right now.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. I suspect it'll get a little better as they get over this first hurdle of getting all the work out the door that they've been struggling with. That's not, you know.
Well, I mean, maybe we can just say, hey, when you guys can get around to communicating with us, if you could give us a heads up on when you think you might be back to repave the 15 feet of all of these side streets, we'd sure like to know. And then we can adjust accordingly. Because my assumption is they're not coming back. to do
Next year's
that.
plan.
Yeah, no way. They're heading down to 141. Okay, back to the budget. You guys need
Oh, the only thing on Road and Bridge too, and I know that they have the appeal in progress too, but we do not have plans currently for 2026, my understanding, in Timberlake Lake Drive. That said, if the council were to want to include a project to open that barrier in 26, it would most likely be, the department would recommend it be budget under road. So just bringing that up.
Good.
Yes, put it in there.
We could pay for it out there, right? It's
Yeah.
road.
It's a road. Can we build a bridge? Just kidding.
They do have a bridge down there. Don't mention that.
Okay,
Joe?
yes, sir.
I heard Turnberry Place. I heard 26. I heard, let's go ahead and do it. Did I hear all that right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened to the next time we repave the entire stretch?
I was saying we're not doing work there. We don't have planned work there in 26, but I'm saying if the council committee would like to do it, that's their option. It's not currently, it can be absorbed in the road and bridge fund for 26.
So I think I did hear it wrong. We're gonna let it go ahead as not a 26 budgeted. planned
I think
project.
there was an indication from some that they
No,
would
to,
be.
so there's a couple things that are happening all at once. They have their appeal process that's going on and that plays out however that plays out. We would, but because we don't have a project for whatever it is, 2-3 years or something like that, we would put it in the budget now because we have the number, we have the estimates and things to do it now. So technically it would be budgeted in there. Assuming everything stays the way that it is, we would handle that project at some point when it is whatever we call it, programmed, right?
Or you have something in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Concrete in Ward 4.
Yeah, but as an example, it's not in the road and bridges thing, but we've had a sidewalk scheduled to go in there for the entire time I've been on the city council and
the lawsuit longer than that.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not getting it. It's late, my bedtime,
Sure.
but I'm not getting it.
Wait, I actually am kind of lost too. Is the,
No, I mean, we were gonna budget it and put it in there. The process still all plays out.
okay, process also plays out, but we are, like, my understanding was,
Yeah, put
let's
it
go
in,
ahead and
yeah.
throw it in. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna budget it. That doesn't, I mean,
Why? Is this to scare the residents and tell them that it's not an if thing, it's a when thing? And why we would go ahead. and
Well, it's
budget
still
for it
not an
when
if
we know
thing.
we're
it's
gonna
not
do
an
it.
if thing now, it's a when thing.
It's a when thing,
Yeah.
but they think it's an if thing.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
but that, they will think
Well,
that
I'm
right
just
up.
wondering, the
until they
only
pick
way
it
to
up.
really tell them it's a when thing, not an if thing, is we were at budgeted. It could come tomorrow. That would be the only reason I'd see to go ahead and put funds in it when we know we're not gonna worry about it for 26 and probably even 27.
Well,
What's
if
the
we,
purpose of committing funds to it?
because if we commit the funds, now that we have the budget and everything, I mean, the estimates and everything. If the appeals process plays out and doesn't go anywhere, then we do open that thing up because it avoids this thing that we do a lot, which is like, well, we'll just, it'll be down the road somewhere. It's
Yeah.
available, there's a slot that's available in the budget, and so we can slot it in.
We'd be $33,000 less in the bad red. If we don't bother with sticking that $33,000 project in there for 26. I'm not seeing any communicated or actual or fiscal or budgetary advantage to keying that $33,000 in for that project.
From a safety standpoint, Board of Public Safety decided that those roads were not to be blocked, public streets weren't to be blocked.
Okay.
So in that particular case, out of the 18 other ones we have, that's the only public street that should never have been blocked.
I understood.
And now in order to correct that problem, it needs to be done when it's cost effective for us to. Now, I get to $33,000, whatever, but the idea of laying out those projects is they'll be there somewhere where they'll have the equipment in there to tear up the concrete and put the new concrete in. When that happens, then that's when it should be done. It shouldn't be a separate project to just go do that. That would cost you $60,000 by the time you get all, but if they're doing something over in Ward
Timber Ridge
4,
Estates or
or 2,
whatever.
Clayton Woods or those places, any street repair, then the equipment will already be there.
So the plan is not, as I thought it was, to always wait until we redid the concrete along that entire stretch of Strecker.
Oh, you'll never do that, we wouldn't do all of that. It's not, it's
That
asphalt.
part of
anyway.
Strecker just got done.
Turnberry is concrete.
That's what I'm saying,
Yep.
concrete. So you're saying the Turnberry Place Drive is concrete, but all of the pavement along Strecker in front of it is all asphalt.
Correct.
We
Okay.
just did Stricker.
Yeah, Strecker, and that all just got
You
the
guys
asphalt
know
part
that,
just
but
got
I
redone.
kept hearing, well, when we do the next concrete work in Strecker, we'll include that.
Yeah, no,
No,
so.
the idea was when we would be doing a lot of, and like, the idea was, and I, at least from the motion, was when we would go into Turnberry Place for concrete street slab placement, when we would just have a culmination of different work included under that portion of
Okay,
the budget.
for Turnberry Place Drive concrete.
Yeah, it's not Strecker.
Not Strecker.
That was the original
Big road
intent.
project.
No,
Okay.
Strecker's done.
Yeah, Strecker's done. This is just that intersection
It
part.
is nice, by the way.
Very-
I think that's great, all the way up the Chesterfield.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Okay.
You're welcome. Okay, anything else, Tom? All right, anybody care to make a motion on our road and bridges budget? Ed, you're batting 1,000 tonight.
Yeah, I can make the motion, you just should give somebody different occasionally.
Tracy, you'll make it?
I'll second it.
There we go. Ed'll second it. Okay. All those in favor of moving our road and bridges with our subtle adjustments there that Thomas has forward, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Look at us. We're just
Three,
sailing.
three,
Get a little.
Capital improvement budget. This is gonna be Tom's favorite one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Farmer. So we have been working on our priority matrix to kind of go through these. And at the last meeting for 2026, we had outlined, for tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s. That said, Mr. Farmer had a good question at the last meeting to say, hey, these scores, what's like the total amount of score that you can achieve? What constitutes a tier 1, what constitutes a tier 2? Well, there's two qualifying factors. A tier one is usually getting over 51% of the total score, the total points available if you run through the entirety of the matrix. But the other side of it is how much money does the city have in revenue coming in that year, and what is that set against the grant revenue that we would have put to the side. So that said, this upcoming year, originally, we had Bouquet Road culverts. I mean, there are some removals here from the capital improvement sales tax fund because we were, quite frankly, spending too much on capital projects. Over the course of the 5 years, there was a projection to go to completely drain not the full reserves of the general fund, but to tank our capital improvement sales tax fund reserve. So the department has gone in and stripped projects out. I will read through these, but that said, what we'll be doing, and we had the unfunded needs list added for 2026. The idea is if there's any project listed on the unfunded needs list that, I mean, we can talk about all of them each individually too, but if there are any projects on the unfunded needs list, the council or committee would like to add back into that fiscal year's budget for capital, then we can have the discussion here and then bring that project almost back to life with a vote. That said, it was programmed too, so it's more so just making sure that there's still that re-engagement after going through the matrix and ensuring that each project is still top of mind for the current council. So that said, I'll just go through these. I mean, there's a couple updates. One that we do have, we did just get confirmation that AT&T has been provisionally awarded the majority of the houses under the BEAD program for, and it seems like they are, I just had a discussion with AT&T, they will be negotiating, including your house. Yeah, so not confirmed just yet, but it does seem if you go to the broadband website, a lot of those houses have provisionally awarded listed on them. From what I understand, it is contingent on signing a contract, but they have been awarded over 400 homes in Wildwood, which would leave about a little less than 50 houses in Wildwood, but we need to let AT&T get the work, I would say, done, because if we're gonna go in and spend all this money, we might be double dipping, if you will, where the federal government is about to pay for. That said, we're working to consolidate that entire AT&T list. They have been pretty close-lipped about it. We have to go individually to each address and see if it has that insignia. Your application area did, Mr. Mabry, the whole Orville area did. Happy to see that. That said, we may be able to, along with the satellite rebate program, kind of doing a dual combination here of maybe we even extend that out. We have 7 applications as to date. We've approved 7 applications for the rebate program. And then we will also, we got BEAD programming provisionally awarded. And I think it's moving in the right direction. So right now, I think if anything, we let AT&T come in, complete their work. And if there are still houses that, you know, once the dust settles, we identify as in need, then that could be carved out as a smaller project. And quite frankly, there might be, the way I'm seeing it is probably 1 or 2 houses spread out in the western portions of Wildwood from the maps. But good news.
How about that?
Go for it.
All right, so that said, the idea is oh, sorry, Mr.
Oh, sorry. Hey, just one not typo, but I think it was duplicated under park development, 40-480-75. The old state shared use path, it says connecting the villages of Brightleaf and the Green Park Pines under the description.
What you got over there?
And then the next, I just think it's the wrong description under -75.
Oh, sorry about that. I was,
Okay.
what date is it? Oh. That's typo.
Yeah, no, I just wrong description, because you got.
That is a typo.
The description,
That description is off.
Right.
Here, I got a quick note of that. Okay, right here, the page number on that.
So is it on the matrix?
No, it's not on the matrix. It's on the actual, there's a whole nother section that's called the project description.
Just a description.
Yeah.
But the dollar amount, everything is still.
Yeah, dollar amount's right. It was just, I think it was probably a copying error. Copying it over from a different spreadsheet.
Cause you got them next to each other, Green Pines and Village Green, and just, I mean, Old State, it's just a copied wrong, same thing, instead of specific for Old State.
Okay, we'll review that. The numbers are not incorrect from what I'm seeing. And from my understanding, state, well, we'll talk about that here in a second, but that's all go. Okay. We'll make a note of that.
Yeah.
We'll make updates to the description page.
All right.
Back to unfunded needs, and we wanted to go through these real quick. Bouquet Road it did score highly on the matrix. That said, it needs to be done. And I think the Department of Public Works will convey that as well. That said, it is $825,000 to replace 2 culverts. And when looking at the projects we had available in the fund practically, it would be difficult to do with while keeping things, well, quite frankly, while keeping the team engaged here. I mean, we got quite a few projects actually going out the door next year, and planning efforts still proceeding for both bridge projects. That said, this project is not going to be one that seems like it would be a great federally funded project. I think this is one the city's going to have to just do at some point. It has been pushed back till 2029 right now, but if in a future year where some money is freed up, the idea was to balance this budget for the 5-year, and then if needed, the council can have some flexibility instead of being able to say there's no money set aside whatsoever and we are locked in for 5 full years. And quite frankly, in 2028, we have $1 million just for the building alone. So there was trying to find that room because we need this next year, we have 300,000 set aside for the building to design and engineer a potential improvement, make some other improvements, both to the IT infrastructure we have, but also take on the bigger issue in the design phase and then execute that entirety. And then we can talk about that further at an ad hoc building committee, how we want to separate that 300. But the idea is we're looking at when the projects are being dispersed and when they're hitting, that's when money becomes available to actually do a project. It's almost, we don't want to.
Those are the kind of projects that we need to pull out of this and have those as separate items. Because 3 years from now, that million would be $1.5 million or whatever you think it is. So I think those are the kind of exceptional things that we proudly sat there with all this money that we never spent when we should have been spending it to do that. So I just as a suggestion, anything like that where you're pushing it out that far because you don't have the money, it's not gonna get any better. And if we need to pull the money out of the reserve now, I don't think anybody here would argue with you that we have a real problem with a 10-year-old building. And it's only gonna continue getting worse. So if that's gonna be $500,000, or if it's gonna be another 250,000, we gotta do something. You know, we've got stuff here that just needs to be repaired. I don't think it's a big choice, you know.
No, I would also suggest that I haven't had this conversation fully with Director Boone yet, so this is just my opinion. I haven't talked to him about it, but even when it comes to like the 500,000 for the watershed thing, in my mind and the conversation we've sort of had at Watershed, we think we have a pretty good plan in terms of, doing these retention detention basins, which is like $2 million or something to do several of these things. But then we have this $300,000 in theory that's supposed to be coming from MSD. So I'm not, I want to get some of these projects done, but the projects that we're describing in here for the $500,000, MSD is already doing 2 of them. We don't have anything to do with them. So they're fixing those without.
Basins in and of themselves, weren't those, I mean, those are kind of.
Not the basins, this is the big document. Like the thing off Wild Horse and. So I'm just saying along the lines with like what Ed's talking about, so several major projects are designed and planned for construction, including
basin retrofits and Caulk Creek repairs. That is Caulk Creek repairs at Evergreen Forest and Highlands.
Is that in the
Wild-
description?
Yeah, that's just in the description part. So like,
That may be that might actually be a previous description.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know why that's also outdated from what I had read.
I'm just saying, this might be one of those, like, once we know when that money is coming in, that's $300,000. The retrofits, depending on how we do it, I will probably wind up being like $2 million, I would guess. And that's one of those things where like, it's $2 million today if we
3 million in 2 years.
or sooner. So that might be one of those things where, you know, the reserves can come into play where we fix that. That is our kind of, this is how this works. And then, you know, we use that $300,000 to apply that into other places and do some of these other fixes that we need to do. Because, I mean, I might also suggest, and I could be looking at this the wrong way, but this, you know, these culverts on Bouquet Road, that sounds like a watershed issue.
I mean, if they don't work, then it's gonna flood the road. You know,
Right.
That is an issue. but-
So I just think like, you know, to me, that's one of those things where, you know, I don't think that MSD money will apply out there because that's, I think, only supposed to be used, you know, within their purview. So we just need to balance out how we work all of that stuff. I don't want you to like blow this thing up or anything. I'm just saying that's a pretty good chunk of money.
It is. And I mean, right now, we can't budget for that 300K. We know it could be coming, but
Right.
until we get confirmation, that would be something in mid-year. If we had that all lined up, we would include it. That said, when I'm looking at the one thing I wanted to just point out is last year when we had these projects budgeted, I know we just were over programmed. And maybe there's a difference between not even just tearing them out, but identifying which ones have certain emergency characteristics. If it's like maintenance versus aesthetically changing something like. I think there's a big difference between the two.
Yes.
And if that is agreeable to the full council, that only does, that can simplify. We can still do the matrix to have the background data, but that said, that's black and white. I mean, it really is.
I just think, I mean, we have lots of beautiful stuff in our city. It's all great, but like you can't have crumbling box culverts and super nice landscaping in the middle of roads. Doesn't make any sense.
And that's what, I mean, the scores take that into account, but it is a concern. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if those.
It's the same thing with City Hall. Like you can't, it's like for instance, I would love to get new AV stuff in the council chambers because I think that stuff's really bad. But, you know, the whole building is caving in,
Yeah,
so.
the other three, because that one's not working.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't matter if the building is in a hole in the ground, so we should probably fix that first.
So you're not gonna put that on the meeting like I asked.
With the new AV stuff?
Yeah.
Everybody sweat a while.
I'd love to.
You don't use it, Bob.
Yeah, mostly I have the microphone for you.
Yeah, I want it automatic.
Mr. Avery, if it's automatic, that means they're gonna catch.
So I don't know if that confuses this or helps.
It somewhat confuses because the whole idea here was to balance this thing. And I get the operating, we want to proceed and have the emergency definitions very firmly, and I would almost say tightly confined. You don't want to let that loose. Because you really shouldn't be, as a practice, just digging into the reserves for this.
I agree.
And I think everyone agrees here, but.
And I don't think you will.
Yeah. That said, for the capital project side,
But I mean,
I
like,
think there's almost like you assign it a 1 or a 2. A 2 is discretionary, 1 is you're maintaining it.
well, like we did the scoring thing on those bridges. Did we score this? Have we scored this bridge too? Or
The
the
Bouquet,
culvert, how that-
Bouquet culvert was scored, it was the highest tier 2 that existed,
How many tiers are there?
but it had the highest tier 2.
So it was almost a tier 3,
It was almost tier 1,
almost a tier 1. Okay,
very highly rated.
How many tier ones we got? How many million?
Well, right now we have a balanced budget in the capital improvement sales tax funds, which is the first time in a long time for capital. That said, we've got one, and there's difference between design, construction, and right-of-way acquisition here, but you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different items, but some are actual construction, like the Village Green.
I might have misunderstood this. So we have 1.3 million for internet access.
No, that got removed. That's an
Okay.
unfunded need. Let me see. what-
That is unfunded. Okay,
Yep,
great. Perfect.
Yep. That list is showing what was it removed and the reason why
Got it.
for fiscal year 2026.
I mean, like, to me, I think, as an example, if this Bouquet Road thing was a tier one, then that like can't be punted.
Okay, yeah, it was very close to being tier one.
That's fine, but it's not. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. That said, I mean, I think, and I think the Director of Public Works, would you say that that needs to be done? Like, painted?
But I mean, at its point, if it's like, well, we're not gonna do it this year, but we're gonna do it next year, and it's gonna cost $1.2 million, then we need to have that, that's something we gotta figure out.
Well, everything goes up in cost, generally speaking, that's the rule, but we're going to re-inspect those structures here this winter time, so we'll know again what the recommendation is, but hopefully the condition hasn't degraded significantly and we can make an assessment that we're still able to use it in place for the foreseeable future, but again, the prior inspection reports recommended that we look at removing and replacing, so that's kind of why we're.
And if it deteriorated to a more like a crazy extent this year, then that would actually push it. That would be enough to push it into 27.
Weight limits on that?
It's
We have weight limits on quite a few of our.
Are they posted though? I mean. For
Yeah,
that
they're-
culvert, they're posted
They would, if
30
they're
times.
out there, they should be posted.
Right.
okay. I mean, other than that, I mean, if anybody has any, I can go through these too, but most of the ones that were removed, it was either like crosswalk improvements. We had that one on Dartmouth Crest, but St. Louis County's taken it over. If we were wanting to incorporate one of those in the future, anything is probably repairing some of the ones we have before making new ones. The Strecker Road sidewalk was removed based on the fact that we're currently dealing with some
Can't do
external
anything with it.
litigation. We can't get we can't do it until that's solved. Two big ones that I did want to bring up, Etherton Road and Center Avenue. Those two are important to bring up. They're not necessarily gone, but the one thing about Center Avenue, and I will want to defer a little bit to the city engineer about the plan sheet, but as it's currently put out in the plan sheet, we just resurfaced it. It's not saying that it's a perfect fix, because if we were adding sidewalks on both sides or we were adding sidewalks on one side, that would be great. Right now, there is no sidewalks being planned in the plan sheet because no one will give us the right of way to do it. That said, what you're gonna be paying for to do this project, which most likely is increased in cost, I would have to say, is we're gonna be paying now, because AT&T and Spectrum both are over there too, so now we're gonna be paying to move their lines, which was an unincurred cost prior to the state legislation change. And you're not actually adding sidewalks, you're gonna be adding some curbs and having some stormwater improvements, I guess, added, which is good. I mean, those are beneficial, but you're not actually cleaning up the streetscape. We can add it back in, but it is a pretty high expenditure when we just resurface it.
When they say they're not gonna give you the sidewalk space, I wouldn't worry about it.
That's where, I mean, unfortunately, that's where we're at. It was a pain just to get the people to sign up to get it over with the idea that, hey, we're gonna go ahead. The good news is you've got the subdivision Ashley Grove going in that's going to be making improvements to that frontage. That sidewalk's gonna be a perfect place to just either extend it, but the only way it makes sense is where it's currently at, where it ends. We're almost gonna have to have it cross the street, and those people still haven't signed off on it, but you can't have a sidewalk forced across the street, which is.
And you're gonna get less cooperation after the Ashley Grove
Yep.
Street didn't go through. Mr. Bosworth is, telling people not to sell to the city for those improvements, so why spend any more money on that right now, I would say.
I think that's where, unfortunately, that's where it's at. I know it's something, I mean, quite frankly, if the residents were to come over here and say, hey, we're ready to play ball, we can put a sidewalk in, I think the council would also be willing
Happy to have that conversation.
We've done a lot of engineering to put it in a good spot, but the right of way doesn't make sense if we don't get cooperation. and you can't force a sidewalk in someone's front yard. I mean, you can. Okay, the other one was Atherton Road, but the idea, and I guess this ties in with Main Street. Right now, we have the villas at N38 back in front of us. Main Street is still included as an item. That said, it's more so to have monies available if that goes through, so we can proceed. I mean, we have design ready to go. We're honestly ready to start proceeding into the right-of-way section of it, but I think we need to first and foremost solve the N38 issue as a whole. Get affirmation on what is going to happen with that property, because one way or the other, you need the 37 feet from that individual, and you're gonna need 10 to 15 feet from the folks on the north end. The same could be said for Atherton. You've got 17 easements at least that I counted that you're gonna need access to. So it's gonna be an intensive project. I think improvements are necessary to that very much, but I also think we need to kind of pair it together, because you're gonna have to redesign that intersection with Main Street. You're gonna do the work, and then you're gonna connect the dead end at the same time. So it's almost just looking at it more naturally of, once we get Main Street done, throwing Atherton improvements in at the same time and doing it almost as one collective project. Just wanted to point out those two, since they are pretty big.
Put back on Etherington, or do we already have the right of ways?
We don't have.
I think Atherton gets developed as additional housing units go in there. You know, they'll be like Main Street, you know, right now. You know, you got the three, what's that called, Atherton Heights?
Yeah.
There's three, so that street will look nice
It'll look
there.
nice,
And I think it'll continue as development occurs, you know?
That is kind of the thought process too, because it's when you get that many folks involved in especially with the easements that would be necessary, it's gonna be I mean, it could take 2 years just to get the right of way itself. That said, I mean, we're in a good spot, you know. I think tying that in with, you know, if we're gonna do Main Street Extension, selling that as, or maybe you connect Main Street and then you use that momentum. When Main Street gets done, a developer's gonna come in and try to develop up and down Atherton, but also on the north side of Main Street as well.
Isn't there a path in the plans on Atherton?
When the plan that we had developed, we showed a trail on the east side and a sidewalk on the west.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard to get. But, okay, no problem.
All right. Anything else on the capital improvement?
Those were the two big ones for next year, but other than that, obviously the council, feel free to review the unfunded needs piece, but if there are any questions, or if there's one that you wanna bring back or take some more
You did
time
a
to
great
review,
job.
we can talk about it.
This
at the
is
work
good.
session. But main thing was, we were trying to use the priority matrix, but get that capital budget to a point where it's
Sustainable.
sustainable. Yes, that is the.
All right, well, that was a lot of work and a lot of hard choices, so I appreciate it. Anybody care to make a motion to approve it?
I'll change the
Hours will
order.
make it. Anybody care to second? Mr. Mabry will second it. All those in favor of moving forward the capital improvement budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, public roads, right of way, and park maintenance. Over to you, Rick.
All right, I'll take this one. You've been talking.
Gotta rest my lyrics.
Council members, typically every year this time, when I bring these bids to you, as you know, we will hire any number of contractors to help us do our routine maintenance through the course of the year. And we put the bid out in usually September and open bids this time of year, as we did earlier this month. So tonight, essentially, we are recommending moving forward with city contractor agreements with 19 firms, 19 contractors to provide services to the city next year under our right-of-way maintenance and parks contracts. There's a lot of information that I provide to you. I recognize this every year. We ask for bids from these contractors for pretty much everything that we do, whether that's snow removal, just general equipment that they might need to provide, or just crack sealing, concrete street replacement, sidewalk replacement, mowing, you name it. So we collect rates from all these contractors and then based on the ones that have performed, we will allocate contract amounts to them in accordance with our budgets that we determine here basically tonight and going forward. So tonight we are asking to move forward with city contractor agreements with 19 contractors to provide services to the city next year. These would all be effective January 1st. So if the recommendation is approved tonight, it'll go to council for first reading in November and then second reading in December and effective January 1st. I would say that 17 of these are contractors that we have worked with previously. So not a lot of changes. We did have basically 2 new contractors this year that we've really not worked with before. DM Terrell and then CX. So we're recommending fairly modest contracts with both of those 2, maybe just to see what they can do and get more familiar with their capabilities and what they're good at. And then finally, I was going to mention that we did actually have 7 of our contractors held their pricing from 2025. So we don't have any increases for 7 of the existing contractors that we're working with. So with that, I'll up and address any questions that you may have.
I can add in one quick note that we do have rates included for mowing. That said, we will be coming back with a specified mowing bid for a right-of-way, trails and parks. So that we want to have something as baseline for emergency mowing or things like that, where we get a call that's outside the standard, but truly we're wanting to have a flat rate for the year and have people bid on that because we have broken down the parcels that we cut down to a square foot. So that will be coming. Usually we do that bid in January as we gear up for spring cuts.
That'll be coming out as will a bid, and I meant to mention it too. So we have a separate bid for landscape maintenance and actually maintenance of stormwater BMP. So that with the mowing bid, those will be coming out a little bit later in the winter time. And those will be effective, at least we plan to have them effective April 1st.
All right, sounds good. Any questions or concerns? Anybody care to make a motion to approve our list of vendors? Made by Ms. Hines, seconded by Mr. Mabry. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Contractor bids for Old State Road Shared Use Path. Good news. Mabry.
I was gonna suggest if it's all right, we take these last 2 together if you'd like.
I would love it.
What do you think?
I think that's what we do the last 3 together, include a German in that. Third one? Oh, God.
Well, I was the 2 of these, one that I was referring to, the Old State Road Shared Use Path project. We did open bids and had some good news. We had some good news in that we opened bids for that project and they did come on under budget, which is not something we've been seeing a lot of recently, but so that was the good news. The low bidder was T Hill Construction, which again was a real positive, at least from our perspective. T Hill is our main maintenance contractor. They great working relationship with us. They do good work. We had 4 bids come in. Kelp actually put in the second low bid. And we had to deem their bid basically non-responsive because it was not very accurate, unfortunately. But
Was there a reason after 30 years he doesn't know how to do the bidding?
There was a change in the quantities during the bidding process and they just didn't update
they
it.
didn't update that, right? That was the main reason, but there were some math errors in it too, but
Were they in our favor? Just kidding.
they were the second low, but anyway, we had 4 bidders. T Hill was the lowest. Now, we got, it's been a roller coaster ride with this one because as Tom's alluding to, we got a phone call or an email literally the next day after we opened the bids. And with all the changes at the federal level, one of the things that apparently is going on at MoDOT, we were notified by email, is they are eliminating DBE program, this Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program that's been in place for decades. And so they sent an email and notified us it's going away in future contracts. Do not include any DBE requirements. Well, this one did. It had an 8% DBE goal. And so we were notified that we would have to rebid the project. And so we then immediately turned around and Tom was on the phone to MoDOT, and we actually got a favorable reconsideration of that requirement. So we can move forward and we can award the bid based on this contract with the DB, well, with the idea that the DB goal will be 0. So assuming no one objects to that, we should be able to move forward. So we got a win through MoDOT, which has not been something we've seen a lot of lately. So that was a good thing. So
we could get it.
the recommendation for construction is to move forward with award of the low bid to T Hill Construction to construct the project. The not to exceed cost includes a 10% contingency for change orders, field changes as may be necessary. That not to exceed amount will be $1,022,475. And then the second part of it is to go through the process of constructing it to meet the federal requirements that are dictated with use of the federal funds. We need to do a separate contract for construction engineering. This is what we've done more recently on Manchester Taylor and also on 109 VA because they are federally funded. So we'd like to move forward and we are recommending a separate consultant services agreement with Cochrane to do the construction engineering for the project as a separate agreement. That's part B. Cochrane did the work for us on Manchester Taylor. They did a good job and they've been doing our construction inspection and material inspection work for our street projects for some years now. And they do a good job and they're very cost effective frequently when we compare them to other companies. So that's the recommendation, is to move forward with that agreement with Cochrane to do the construction engineering. And the not to exceed on that one was $80,442. I did include a 10% contingency there as well for potential changes if they are necessary during the contract to address field changes.
It still keeps us under budget.
Which still keeps us with the budget amount for that project, which I think we are moving to 2026.
Yep, that's correct.
We expect the construction generally to occur next year. So with that, I'll wrap up. If there's any specific questions, I'll do my best.
Any questions or concerns?
I make that motion. I did want to ask a question, but not really about this, more about when all of our federal bids next year go through. Will we have the same deal now with MoDOT cutting their ratio for disabled?
No, so that's okay, because I get what you're saying. The good news is that wherever you think about the changes that are being made by the federal government, they have let us know, the notification was any projects that come through here for concurrence in the future better not have DBE in it. And that was something that I think the federal government told them, hey, you've got to do this or you're not getting your funding.
Correct.
Luckily, MoDOT gives us that DBE goal. So anytime we go, before we would go out to bid, they're just gonna not assign a DBE goal anymore. So I don't think any of our
Shouldn't be a
projects
problem,
are
no.
threatened. It's just more so what was the problem
So-
here was that we went out to bid, they told us to use a DBE goal, and then they turned around and said, we're not gonna accept projects with DBE goals.
So we don't have a glitch in our numbers for next year or the year after that?
No.
As far as we know. on
And honestly,
federal funded projects.
In theory, it might, it's hard to know for sure, it really is, because the DBE program, if there was a criticism, is that it could have increased construction costs because you are limiting certain percentage of the work
Correct.
to minority firms, frankly. So in theory, it could be that we see costs come down, but I don't know that you'll really see it significantly if that occurs.
Should be.
Good. So I'm sorry, I made the motion, move forward with this in a second.
Tracy will second it. Cliff, you get a second. Look at you. You've been here all night. You've done a great job. All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of moving ahead on these two projects, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. That passes. I believe that brings us to miscellaneous. Anybody have anything they want to add here after all this time? All right. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for filling in for me while I was
Yes, I wasn't there.
at the games this evening. And thanks all you guys for sticking it out and doing all this hard work. It's good stuff. With that, I will look for a motion to adjourn.
Yes, sir, I make that
Made
motion.
by Mr. Albers, seconded by
Tracy.
Tracy will do it. Excellent. Second by Tracy. Non-debatable. All those in favor,
Having you
please say
here.
aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. We will see you guys next month. Have a